Oh, okay. Why is that quality so bad? All right. thank goodness. I think it's working now. Two line with 60 or 120 timers. Nice.
.切るわけにもいかないので、全部が全部60と120になってるわけではございません。ここは忘れずにぜひご注意ください。そりゃそうだ。
But that being said, of course, we were not able to align everything. That's exactly 60 seconds or 120 seconds. So please understand that not all of the abilities might match up perfectly or exactly.
おい、車も60秒になってねえじゃねえかよっていうね、ことがあったりするわけですよ。クロモンもね、残念ながら90秒リキャストままなんですよね。
It's like the ley lines. Oh no, it's not 60 seconds. No, that one still remains to be 90 seconds. Apologies.
悲しみですよ。
So it's a black mage.
捨ておかれ
Really sad. They've neglected me. I'm not aligned to your timings.
プロデューサーのメインジョブのね、主力アクションがその寄せていく対象に入ってなかったっていう。
It's kind of unfortunate. The main job of the producer of the game missed out on having his timings of his ability. One of the main abilities kind of aligned to that kind of cycle.
Okay.
フェアですよ。
The battle team treat every job fair.
みんながパンボンやってる間にその30秒後に次の魔物を私開いたりしてあいつ一人で何やってんだみたいな空気が調整中にもございました。
So like everybody else is doing their abilities and their nice cycled timing, and then 30 seconds later I come in with my ley lines and everybody's kind of looking at me weird, like what is he doing off timing?
ではですね、この全ジョブに共通する、まあベースは 5.0 をそのまま準拠してますよ。で、いろんな主力の攻撃に関わるようなアクション、アビリティのリキャストが60、120にこう、寄ってますよっていうことによって結構変わるものってあるんですね。まあそれを頭の中にまず入れた状態で、見ていただきたいものがあるので、皆さん頭の中に入ってます？大丈夫ですか？
So again, our base concept is kind of building upon that 5.0 Shadowbringers, and then a lot of the primary abilities have been aligned to kind of fall in place between 60 or 120 second cast timing. So with that in mind, there will be abilities that kind of change in accordance to those updates. So if you could keep that in mind, and there's something that I want to watch, I want you to watch as you think about that.
So are you ready? 皆さん大丈夫ですか？
では約20分ありますので、
はい。
私もコメントはしません。ぜひですね、ゆっくりご覧いただければと思っております。あゆみさん、ここまでまず一回トランスレーションお願いします。
Right. So we will be looking at a 20-minute footage. None of us here will be making any comments. So if you could take your time to watch the footage, and then he has more to say.
さあ、それでは、6.0 エンドウォーカーのジョブアクショントレーラーとなっております。
This is the 6.0 job.
Oh, dude, he has a shield. That's the shield, right? Oh, here comes the scholar. Oh my dude, what is that? Dark Knight. Dancer. We're also looking at the new zone. Oh. This is like Endwalker stuff. You know what I'm saying? Alright, let's see what you got, Bard. What the hell? Oh my dudes, they're in the moon. They're in the moon. Or on the moon. Oops, sorry about that, guys. Yep, it looks like we got it. This is the way. Sage. We're getting that Sage gameplay, bro. Let's go. There it is. Dude, what is that? They're gonna leave the paladin for last, aren't they? Freaking meters. Oh, Titan! No way! Oh, I see. Oh my goodness. So now you have one of each. Oh my goodness, this is good. This is real good. What, was that a port? Is that teleport? Ooh, here comes the Reaper. Oh my goodness, look at it. It's beautiful. Oh no, it's good. It's so good. Oh, look at that. Oh my goodness, look at that. What? You gotta... What is... Oh, it's so cool. Paladin. Here we go. see what you got. All right. That's still there. That's good feeder. Oh! Oh! Ugh. My goodness! Oh my goodness, that is beautiful.
はい、ジョブアクション動画ご覧いただきました。So now we watch the job action video.
まあまずはちょっと20分ぐらいありましたけどいかがだったでしょうかね。
But first of all, yeah, it's a 20-minute trial, so to speak. How did everyone do?
だんだん長くなっております。So job action video is getting longer and longer.
まあやっぱり最初にお伝えした通り、まあ5.0準拠、
はい、
でまあ正当に全体そのまま進化していきつつ、まあ主要リキャストが60、120に寄ってたりするので、あれなんかローテーションずいぶん間隔短くなったなみたいなのあると思うんで、まあそのあたりを順次ジョブごとにこれからご説明していこうかなと思っております。
はい。
So of course, as mentioned earlier, our basis is 5.0 and building upon Shadowbringers, and so it kind of evolved the different actions based on that, and with the primary abilities and the recast timing kind of being aligned towards either 60 seconds or 120, you might notice that the skill rotations and the intervals between them may feel a little shorter. So we'd like to go into the different jobs now to kind of explain some of the concepts and ideas.
まあコメントで多いのはあれですね。召喚師が召喚師になっているっていうコメントが英語も含めて多いですね。
I feel like I see a lot of comments that are saying, "Oh, the summoner is now a summoner, and we're summoning," and that goes for both the Japanese and English comments that I see.
私が見た中ではアルテマウェポンかよって言ってたのがちょっと面白かったです。So are you now Ultima Weapon?
Oh my goodness,
That
you
was a funny
guys.
comment I found.
This is
まあ
beautiful.
召喚だけ尺上げずるいっていうコメントもあったんですけど、まあ
This was
見せないと全部わかんないかなと思って、一応ね一通り全部載ってるはず召喚は。はい。
Of course, some of you may have noticed that the length that Summoner is being featured is a little longer than everybody else, and they were like, not fair. But I mean, it's quite a significant change, so we wanted to show off all that we can.
さあじゃあ皆さん頭の中にそれぞれご自身のメインジョブの映像ある程度頭に入ったと思うので、ここからロールのお話で、それぞれのジョブの話っていうので、続けて全ジョブお話ししていこうかなと思います。はい。
Okay, so now upon looking at the job action trailer and having that sort of mental image of your primary job and what actions that you saw, we'd like to dive in. We'll start from the different roles and then go into the different jobs.
さあまずは、タンクからいきましょうか。パワーポイントお願いします。はい。
Okay, so jumping into the tanks on the PowerPoint.
さあではタンク全体的なお話です。
Okay, so tanks overall.
はい、まずいいですよ、出してもらって。
Using
はい、
defensive
一部の防御バフに関してなんですけど、単にね、それを実行するだけじゃなくて、例えば敵のダメージの、直前に差し込むことによって、よりちょっとメリットを得られたりとか、他のアビリティと重ねて、うまく使うことで効果がねさらに付与されるとかいうちょっとテクニカルな防御バフを入れたりしてます。
So certain sorry, the certain defensive buff, sorry, that you cast, we wanted to, of course, add some benefits to it. So not just simply like protecting yourself from, say, a tank buster or something like that, but we wanted to make it so that if you are using it in conjunction with different abilities and kind of using them in combination, it allows for greater benefits and sort of like a technical aspect to some of these defensive buffs.
なんかこれね、ジャストガードとかパリーとかやれてるんだけど、サーバークライアント型のゲームでね、さすがにそれは無謀なので、まあ、すごい効果の例えばですけど、効果の短い追加効果があるんで、なんかこう、敵の栄唱の半分ぐらいでもうとりあえずいっときゃいいやだと、まあ、なんていうの、一応軽減 10% とかは働くんですけど、その後についてる効果がちょっと無駄になるねみたいな感じなので、そこは効果を見てうまく使ってもらえるといいなって感じです。はい。
Okay, so we're not talking about something very exact like a guard just at the right timing or like a parry. That's quite difficult for something that's a client-based MMORPG online. So it's more along the lines of some additional benefit for a short amount of time after utilizing certain abilities. So before you might be thinking, oh, okay, enemy is casting. I'll just go ahead and activate this ability when it's casting, and of course you'll still reap the benefit of, say, it's like a 10% damage mitigation, but there is a bit of a waste, and so by combining it with optimal like ability use, optimal times, you can reap even further benefits.
で、あとですね、また効果がね、それぞれちょっと異なる。自身もしくはパーティーメンバー一人に付与できる防御バフを各タンク上部持っているようになっているので、
This is great.
MTST の場合どっ
We're
ちで
gonna
も
get
役に
we're
立つんじゃない
gonna
かなと思います。
benefits from using our
And of course, these
abilities.
different effects do allow for different sort of effects that are being added to you. Some of these are a defense buff where it applies to yourself and a party member. So I think it does come in handy regardless of you main tanking or off tanking.
では次の項目なんですけど、これはねちょっと近接物理 DPS も共通なんですけど、今までウェポンスキルコンボ中にですね、例えばトマホークとか遠隔攻撃を途中に挟むとね、コンボが中断されてたんですけど、それをなくしました。
素晴らしい。
Next item was, and this kind of applies to melee DPS as well, but whenever you are activating a weapon skill combo and you insert like a tomahawk for your warrior or something like that, like a ranged attack, that would kind of break your combo chain, but we've adjusted it so that that chain is not broken.
Yes.
各アクションのアビリティのリキャストが60秒サイクルとかになっていくと
No longer is the tanks on melee are gonna get their rotations broken for using shield lob or tomahawk. This is great. This is great. I mean, they're not.
それに合わせて
Oh
こう
my
いうコンボが
goodness.
途切れなくなるので、結構なんていうの、攻撃してる感覚は結構強くなってるんじゃないかなと思う。
So with the different actions kind of being adjusted so the recast timing leans closer to that 60-second intervals, your rotations will start to feel a little bit shorter in their terms. So I think it's best to explain it as the number of times that you are attacking and the different skills are being activated kind of goes up in your rotations, and plus without those interruptions, it does give you that feeling of you are making an attack.
まあ例えばボス中心の攻撃があるので、一回大きく距離を取らなきゃいけないみたいな時に、やっぱりちょっとコンボが途切れるのを嫌がって遠隔を使わないみたいなねところがあったと思うんですけど、そこはグローバルクールダウンが無駄にならないのであれば使う局面っていうのもまあ出てくるだろうし、むしろねグローバルクールダウン中にあえて避けて即戻るみたいな方がいい時もあるし、まあそこら辺はタンクを使うプレイヤースキルが少しずつ差が出てくるんじゃないかなとは思います。はい。
And And so, for example, say a boss kind of has this ranged, not ranged, I'm sorry, an AoE attack that starts from the boss and kind of goes outward, and everybody has to kind of disperse away from the boss. Some people don't want to break their weapon skill combo and include that sort of ranged attack. But with the sort of adjustment here, now we don't have to worry about like wasting our cooldown time, global cooldown time, or in some strategies, you might have to kind of decide when you deliberately need to time your GCD so that you can avoid some of those attacks. So I think this will kind of give the tank sort of strategy a little bit of range.
Oh my
さあでは
goodness.
3つ目なんですけど、これもですね、タンクのみ
Oh
という
my
よりは、
goodness.
物理攻撃をするジョブ全般に関わってくるんですけど、ちょっとちゃんとお伝えしますね。
はい。
And then the third item, and this doesn't apply just to tanks, but anybody who is making some kind of physical attack.
ちょっと
カメラにしますか。
そうですね、生カメにしてもらっていいですか。ですね、今までファイナルファンタジー14のベースのバトル計算式っていうものの中に、まあ皆さんねレイドとかやっててもこの攻撃は物理か魔法かみたいなよくあると思うんですけど、まあ当然物理攻撃の計算式と魔法攻撃の計算式っていうのがそれぞれ一つずつね存在してます。
はい。
So of course, with Final Fantasy XIV, we have this sort of calculations of the damage that is being dealt, and there's like a base or like a fundamental formula that is applied. And I'm sure those of you raiders know to discern if an attack is a physical attack or a magical attack. And each of these have their own sort of formula to calculate the damage that is being dealt.
これは新生14レルムリボーンを開発した時に、作ったものなんですけど、当時ねどういうふうにさらにバトルをアップデートしていくかっていうのがいろんな可能性が取れるようにするためにこの物理攻撃っていうベース基礎計算数字と、魔法攻撃基礎計算値っていうのを、それぞれ設定してたんですね。別々に調整できるように。
はい、
で、
Oh my goodness.
こっちが
It's
魔法
good.
攻撃
It's very good.
こっ
It
ちが
is
物理攻撃
very
魔法の方
very
がより
good.
複雑な計算をするかもしれないっていうので、こいつの値はちょっと高かったんです
Woo.
よ。物理計算
My
のベースになっ
goodness.
てる値より。
And so with
英語はあなた。
Final Fantasy XIV, Final Fantasy XIV being, oh, sorry.
どうぞお願いします。
When Final Fantasy XIV was being relaunched as A Realm Reborn, we tried to make sure that the programming is it allows for future updates in the battles, and we try to leave the different possibilities open. So the fundamental sort of physical damage calculations were set up so that we have two separate formulas going on. So we have the magic damage attack calculation, and then we got the physical attacks. And when we were initially thinking about these two separate ones so that we can adjust them separately, the team did determine that with the magic attacks, it does tend to be a bit more complicated in the different calculations. So the base, like the fundamental value, is set just a little bit higher than the physical base fundamental numbers.
で、レベル80になってもこの差っていうのは縮まらない基礎値だったので、もう今後バランスをきれいに揃えていくためにこのベースに使ってた物理攻撃計算式の基礎値を魔法と同じ値まで引き上げました。完全に同じ数字になるようにしました。はい。
And so with the characters now leveling up to level 80, this fundamental number did not change as we raised the values. And so with this update, in order for us to make sure these are balanced, left, right, we kind of pulled up the physical base numbers so that it matches the magical damage attack.
で、じゃあそれをやるとどうなるかっていうと、物理攻撃が全体的に強くなるんですね。その計算の元に使ってる数字が 上がるので掛け算すると当然その数字でかくなると思うので、今まで使ってたそのベースが高くなった分、各アクションの威力ってところに書かれてる数字が総じて下がってます。
あ、なるほどね。
うん。バランスをちょうど揃えるために威力の数字が落ちてます、全部。はい。
So what that means is that with the base numbers being equalized, the physical attacks would naturally become stronger by default, because of course the fundamental number has been raised to match so that both of these are balanced. But that being said, we needed to calculate down so that the potency that is listed out as
fluctuates.
Goes down.
Fluctuates.
なぜこの説明をこんな丁寧にね、吉田猫可愛いなみたいな、そんなつもりでやってんじゃないんだよ。なんでこんな丁寧にやってるかというと、この後メディアツアーで各メディアの皆さんからスキルの多分スクリーンショットとか出ると思うんですよ。その時にあれも弱体化されてる、これも弱体化されてる、あの数字も下がった、この数字も下がった、吉田は何近接に何か恨みでもあんのかみたいになるのを避けたいんですよ。なんで全体の基礎計算式が上がってるんで、その分掛け算したら高くなりすぎちゃうんで、数字は全部一律下げてるんで、そこはご了承くださいねっていう。はい。
People are saying Yoshida looks like a cat, but that's beside the point. So with the adjustment of the fundamental numbers going up, of course we have to adjust the potency numbers so that even if it's raised, it stays the same. So the numbers themselves look like they're low. So I wanted to bring this up because now that we're going into the media tour and we're going to have members of the media and influencers kind of play the game and see the potency, and they would take photos or screen captures of the game screen, and people might wonder, oh my gosh, have they nerfed some of these potencies? Oh no, this one has gone down too. What happened to all of these physical melee attacks? What the heck? But just please understand,
we don't want that.
Potency is noted as like a lower number, but that's only because our fundamental physical numbers have gone up, and it's to make it even out. So it's across the board. You might notice that difference.
So they're talking about the squash that they talked about a couple of PLLs ago. So we're not really losing the damage, but the numbers are being squashed comparatively.
But of course, again, this is not just for the tanks, but anybody who is dealing physical attacks. So that means melee, like close range DPS, as well as ranged physical DPS will be affected by these numbers.
なんか俺をヨシニャンって呼ぶのはやめろ。
Stop calling me Yoshinyan.
48歳のおじさんにそれはないだろう。
I'm 48 years old. Please stop calling me cat.
あ、そうか。声だけだとね、機嫌悪いのってなるんで、確かに。まあ大丈夫です。ジョークなんで。はい。
And then people start to comment, oh, Yoshida sounds angry. No, don't worry, I'm not angry. I'm just joking.
はい。じゃあ続けて1ジョブ目ないといきましょうか。はい。
Okay, moving on to the Paladin.
はい。じゃあ1行目どうぞ。まあ、リクエストカットの、効果をね、
will be equally effective
使えるように調整したりとか、さらに、さっきね、動画でもご覧いただいたと思います。コンフィテオールから派生する三段コンボ、勇者みたいな三段コンボが、追加されてます。まあ、主になんで、まあ、これ以外にね、もちろん。
So, fellas, you know, when we're about to use the Confiteor and we're below 8K?
As you know, or I'm sorry, you see on the screen, Requiescat Cat will now be equally effective regardless of remaining MP, and then a 3-attack combo starting with Confiteor will be added. You may have seen in the job action trailer earlier, but yeah, there's this really neat sort of combo that happens after you launch Confiteor. So yeah, those are some of the major updates. Of course, there are other multiple different adjustments that were made to the tank, but those are the main ones that we want to pick up here.
まあ、ナイトはいわゆる正当進化で、まあ、何かがめちゃくちゃ変わるっていうことはない 感じです。で、基本ローテーションはただちょっとあまりにも脳死にならないように、少し工夫というか考える余地みたいなのを今回入れてあります。
So with Paladin, it's just a straight evolution, kind of keeping in the trend with Shadowbringers going into Endwalker. So it's not a drastic difference per se, but of course we don't want y'all to be brain dead as you're doing your rotation. So there are some aspects that will require some strategy, require some thinking.
で、突進のですね、インタービーンの、要は撃てる距離が、5メートル伸びて20メートル。
So now even if we're below 8K on MP.
And the gap closer, intervene, has been adjusted as well. There's an additional 5 yalms you can move forward, so it's a total of 20 yalms you'll jump in.
More yalms, yes.
さあ、では続いて戦士いきましょう。はい。
Next up is
So we're
the
not going to
warrior.
need to be at 8K or more to get the Rekuskat, and we get an increase on our gap
攻撃
closer.
のローテーションをやるにも一定間隔でブレハをやらなきゃいけなかったんですけど、今回範囲コンボだけでもそもそも、バフが付与されるようになってます。付与も維持もできるので、なんか双方向単体から範囲から単体みたいなところが割とスムーズになってます。
And then, so with this one, the first point, damage up effects can now be triggered and extended by AoE combos. So I'm sure as you're playing Warrior, at one point you'd always have to insert Storm's Eye into it in order to kind of sustain. But we have made it so that it can be triggered and extended even if you're doing your AoE combos. So I think it's it causes for smoother transitions if you want to do like a single target rotation into like an AoE rotation and back and forth.
先ほど動画でももうすでにお気づきの方がいると思うんですけど、2つ目、オンスロートとアップヒーバルからビーストゲージ消費がなくなってます。さらに、現象の解放の実行後に発動できる新しいアクションが追加されています。
And then there is a new action that will be available upon execution of inner release.
あと大きいのはですね、原初の解放のリキャストが
Onslaught and Upheaval will no longer drain the beast gauge.
数が上がるので、効果回数は3回になってます。で、頻度は、上がるんで、だるさは減るだろうなと思います。
And note with the inner release, the recast time for that will be adjusted to 60 seconds. So you will have the effects for 3 times. And so I think that will kind of allow for like the frequency to be more often. So it kind of reduces that sort of dragging or lagging feeling.
あとはですね、オンスロート、さっきね、ビーストゲージ消費なくなったって言いましたけど、さらにオンスロートのチャージがタンク唯一の3なので、かつ新アクションがあれ結構遠距離からも撃てるんで、実は機動力かなり高いです。
And then we mentioned about how Onslaught will not drain the beast gauge. We are also adjusting that to have a total charge of 3. And then with the new action that stems from it, it does allow for a lot of mobility.
あとは原初のタケリも今回パワーアップさせてあるので ST 性能も上がってます。
And then sorry, 原初のタケリ was I want to say Nascent Chaos. No, that's not it.
Nascent Flash.
I'm sorry.
チェックしてから。
はい、チェックしてください。大丈夫ですよ。アクション名は難しいんですよ。
ごめんなさい、原初の。
ね、日本語と英語全く違いますから。
Nascent Flash.
原初のタケリ。
Nascent Flash. You can do it. We believe in you.
So sorry, guys. It is Nascent Flash. Sorry about that. Nascent Flash will allow for it. So if you're off tanking, it will also help you there.
Wait, a warrior off tanking? What? What? No. This is crazy. You are crazy people.
進めて。
はい、大丈夫です。
はい、では続いて暗黒騎士いきましょう。
Okay, moving on to the Dark Knight.
まず一つ目、 ソルトアースの設置位置がですね、結構こうめんどくさかったグラウンドターゲットで、自分の足元に設置して、さらにその、設置中に発生するアクションっていうのを新しく追加してます。
So with Dark Knight, Salted Earth will now affect the area immediately around you and make a new action available. You may remember you had to place your Salted Earth, but now it's going to appear where you are standing, and from there stems a new action.
まあ僕もそうだったんだけど、マクロ作ってやってたりするのが、ね、もはや何なんだっていう感じだったんで、もう変えました。はい。
So even Yoshida had to like set up a macro so that we can place the salted earth, and so it seemed a little pointless. So we have made adjustment there.
で続いて、まあ、プレイヤーが新しいアクション、習得するので、英雄の英神もその新アクションを使うようになりますよ。
Oh my. All the toys, brother.
So, the second point was your simulacrum will also gain a new action when you acquire one of the new job abilities. So your living shadow is going to learn new actions as well.
まあ暗黒は今綺麗に結構ローテ回せてるんで、極端になんか変わるってところはないんですけど、ただブラッドデリリアムのリキャストが、こちらも60秒になって、3回までの効果になってます。なのでやっぱりこっちも回転数は上がります。
And so I think with the Dark Knight, the rotations are pretty clean and straightforward. But one of the other changes that are being applied is Delirium. Recast time will be adjusted to 60 seconds. And that would be also affected up to 3 times. So again, I think frequency will go up again.
あとはプランチカットの、射程範囲も20メートルに、拡大します。5メートル伸びる。で、あとは新技でブラックナイトとは別に単体ターゲットの防御バフも追加されてます。
And so with Plunge, again, that is also going to extend its range another 5 yalms, so a total of 20 yalms. And then there will be a new action that's added separately from the Black Knight, would be a single target defense buff.
はい、暗黒騎士はこんなところで、続いてガンブレイカー行きましょう。
I think that's it for the Dark Knight. So moving on to Gunbreaker.
はい、まず一つ目、サベッジクロー、ビケットタロン。
We'll now swap in for Gnashing Fang on the hotbar, reducing the number of hit points.
こちらがですね、ホットバー上でビートファングから順次置き換わるようになってるので、
Yeah, Gunbreaker does have a lot of buttons. I mean, it makes sense, right?
So the first point says Savage Claw and Wicked Talon will now swap in for Gnashing Fang on the hotbar, reducing the number of inputs. But basically, your cartridge combo that starts off with Gnashing Fang will be like a one-button combo where it will kind of replace the Savage Claw, and Wicked Talon will swap in its place to do the combo.
なので、まあ、よくわかんないという人に
Okay, that's actually pretty good. This is optimization to the max. I'm loving it. So much love for the tanks, bro. That's what I'm talking about.
発動できるようになると自動的にそれも置き換わるっていうことで、ホットバーがかなり節約できるんじゃないかな。
So just to kind of explain it further, basically you like we mentioned, it's going to be a one-button sort of combo that's triggered when you start off with Gnashing Fang, and then in that same slot, you'll have Savage Claw, and then once you've triggered that, you move on to Wicked Talon. So I think it'll definitely save space on your hotbar.
まあその間に挟む追撃アクションはね、これまで通りコンティニュエーションからの自動置き換えなので、まあそこは継続されています。
And then for any sort of actions that are inserted in between, it will continue to be continue to be continued.
Continue to be continued. All right. That's legit. Let's go with that. Continuation will be able to be used following burst strike. Okay. Yeah, that makes sense.
And then the second point clearly states continuation will be able to be used following
That's
burst
what they were
strike.
trying to say.
そして、動画でも出てましたね、特性によりソイルが最大3スタックに、増加しております。
And then, of course, you may have noticed this in the trailer as well. A trait will raise the maximum number of cartridges to 3.
Yes, sir.
ラフディワイ
We
ド
did
の
indeed.
選択範囲もこれ他のタンクに合わせて5メートル延長されてます。
And then Rough Divide, of course, has been adjusted to match the other gap closers in the tanks as well.
5 yawns.
でやっぱりこれガンブレーカーはやっぱソイルの最大スタック数の追加っていうのがかなり大きくて、より結構戦略的になってるかなと。そのボスのタイムラインに合わせて開幕から全部使い切っていくのか、ちょっと抑えめに始めるのかっていうところは結構ポイントかなって思ってます。はい。
And then with the cartridges and the maximum stacks has been raised, I think that definitely adds an element of strategy. So you might want to decide if you want to go in full on and use up your different cartridges during the timeline, earlier in the timeline, or do you want to kind of save it for later, etc.
さて、タンクは、おおむね以上でございます。はい。
Okay, so I think that covers all of the tanks.
さあ、では続いて、ロール、
Oh, here we go. Deeps.
3D ベースいきましょうか。
Okay, next up is
Looks
the
to me
melee
physical.
DPS.
Yeah, melee DPS.
じゃあまずメレー DPS 共通の変更点からです。一つ目、牽制の効果内容がちょっと変わります。
So first is something that applies to all melee DPS, but the effect for feint is going to change.
レイドでですね、
はい。
軽減の打ち合わせなどを盛んにヒーラーさんとタンクさんとしておりますとですね、まあ私車だから。
Physical and magical. Nice.
牽制はオートアタックの痛いところに置いときますねみたいな感じにちょっとなっていたので、はい、調整をしました。
So with this feint, and this is probably applicable to a lot of you who go into raids, and Yoshida being a black mage, he would discuss beforehand with the DPS and tanks and healers to kind of talk about,
guys.
Okay, so when are we going to place this? And they're like, oh, feint. Maybe we'll place it where auto attack hurts the most. So we are going to adjust that.
まあでも実際うまい本当メレーの人って実際には超大技の後に来るオートアタックが実はめちゃくちゃ痛くて、タンクも防御バフ張った後なんで実は AA で落ちるがあるんですよ。なんでそこにね牽制結構効くんですけど、まあ、今回、まあ、あまりにもなので、牽制の中に魔法ダメージ減少っていう効果も少しつけました。ただ当然効果量魔法ダメージ軽減の効果量はアドル、キャスターが持ってる、軽減の方が大きくはなるんですけど、無駄っていうことはなくなります。はい。はい。
So I mean, to be fair, with some of these bosses, you know, sometimes the auto attack that follows after the sort of tank buster or the large damage hurts a lot, and it's immediately after the tank has already used up their defense buff. So sometimes it does come in really handy to place feint right after one of those really large attacks. So we will there will be an additional effect of mitigating magic damage. Of course, that being said, the proper protection that you want to have against magic damage is addle that some of the casters would have, but just in case, I think that's a handy sort of benefit to it.
続いてですね、これさっきタンクでもお話しましたね、メレー DPS もそうですが、遠隔攻撃をした際に今までコンボ中断されてたんですけど、こちらも中断されないようになりますので、ご確認ください。
And then second point is similar to what we had discussed during the tank rolls, but the combos are not broken by ranged attacks that are inserted in between.
はいはい。そしてもう一個も先ほどご説明しました、武器の物理基本性能の値というのを上げてますので、全体的に攻撃力が上がった分、威力という数字に関してはその上がった分だけ落としているので、ナーフしてるわけではなくて、計算式が変わったので、今までと違いますよというのをご承知おきください。
And then third point is also, as we mentioned during the tank roll section, but again, with the adjustment of the fundamental damage attack calculation for physical attacks, we did have to adjust the potency so that it appears that the potency number might seem smaller, but it is still the same strength. We have not nerfed it. We just wanted to match it with the sort of upward adjustment of the fundamental calculation value.
はい。では、ジョブのお話に入っていこうかなと思いますが、よろしいでしょうか。
All right, let's begin with the
So
Dragoon.
we are moving on to the different jobs within this role. I think we're good.
まずは、竜騎士からいきましょうか。
First is the Dragoon.
はい、まあ、竜騎士もね、かなり、なんだろう、綺麗に回ってるので、今回まず範囲攻撃のローテーションっていう
You
のを
need more AoEs.
So with the Dragoon, I think these also have a fairly clean and straightforward sort of rotation that you can utilize, but we've kind of expanded upon the AoE rotation.
で、あとはウェポンスキルのコンボローテーションをきれいに成功させていくと実行可能になる新しいアクション。これまあすげえ派手なやつが、多分出てたと思いますけど、はい、追加されてます。
And then for the second point, a new action will be available upon successful execution of weapon skill combo rotation. It is quite flashy. You may have noticed something really cool going on in the video, but
でですね、まあ新技追加されたり、まあ随分時間が経って古くなった技のアクションの上位版が登場して置き換えになったりしてます。なのでボタンがねめっちゃまた増えるわみたいなのはないです。はい。よかった。
So with this one, of course, there are just new actions that are being added with the new level cap. And then with some of the existing actions, and of course, throughout the years, we've kind of upgraded some of these existing actions to become like a higher version of certain actions. And we've just kind of swapped them in place of the base skill. So it's not like we're going to be adding like additional like button presses or like additional slots.
Like jump became high jump. I mean, they're following the same logic of just elevating abilities that already exists into, you know,
and
jump
then,
for the high
Blood
jump.
of the Dragon will now become a trait, and so there will no longer be a need to execute it as an action or to maintain it.
Okay.
で、発動条件下、それが発動条件だった技はすべて通常時に使用可能ということで調整されております。
So for any actions that required for the Blood of the Dragon to be activated will be available at all times because Blood of the Dragon will be a trait.
で、あとはですね、スパインダイブが2チャージになっているので、まあちょっとね移動に使いづらかったと思うんですけど、まあ移動用に1チャージ残しておけるように、あと溢れなければねロスすることはないので、1チャージ残しておけるようになってます。
And then Spine Shatter Dive is going to be changed to 2 charges. And some of you might have experienced like, oh, I wish I could have used Spine Shatter to kind of move over. But now you'll have that 1 extra charge that you can probably save. So unless you kind of like waste it. But as long as you have it, you'll be able to use it.
で、ランスチャージがリキャスト60秒。リタニーは120秒となっております。
And then Lance Charge recast will be changed to 60 seconds, and Blood Litany recast will be 120 seconds.
はいはい、大丈夫ですかね。
はい。
じゃあ、力士以上でございます。
should be it for Dragoon.
さて続いて文句なんです
文句
けど、文句がすいませんまたでかく調整というかいろいろ入ってまして、まず疾風陣雷っていうその遊びがなくなってしまったので、まず陶器というシステムを低レベルから使えるように習得レベルを変更してます。
So next up is Monk, and so we wanted to explain this a bit. And first of all, the gameplay element of stacking greased lightning will be done away with. So we are going to allow for chakras to be unlocked at a lower level.
そしてですね、もう一個、新しいシステム必殺技っていうものを、搭載することになりました。
And then we are implementing a new system that we called Masterful Blitz.
ですね、もう全体的に
Wait,
拡張されてるんですけど、
something
まず
akin to
新し
Final
く
Fantasy
3つのチャクラっていうものが、
Probably.
出てきます。
So I mean, it's been adjusted fairly significantly overall, but so just going into a bit, we will have 3 chakras.
でさらに陰と陽2つの陶器があって、
And then so there will be like a yin and a yang.
その組み合わせによって必殺技の中身が変わります。
And so getting like a balance of those chakras and the 2 different types of it will allow for the different skills to be activated.
Very nice.
ちょっと待ってね。
Wait a moment.
What else you got for us?
ちょっと分かりづらいよね。でチャクラを付与する仕組みって踏みだりが起動条件になってるんですけど、踏みだりが、2スタック、チャージのアクションになってます。
So with this chakra system, you will need to activate it using perfect balance, but perfect balance is going to be a charge action that can stack up to 2.
しかも、チャージタイム40秒なので回転が早いです。
And stack, each stack is charged up every 40 seconds, so it's quite fast.
で手数で押すっていうコンセプトは変わってないです。ただ必殺技が入って忙しさがめっちゃ上がるんで、聖剣好きと総称打の2つは方向指定が今回なくなりました。
And so, of course, the concept of trying to rush with the different skills that you activate and quickly going through these different skills has not changed. But with the implementation of Masterful Blitz, it does get a lot busier. So we have adjusted True Strike and Twin Snakes to not have like a directional condition.
いいですよね。ここまでいいです、
大丈夫です。
で、長年気持ちは良かったんですけど、羅刹章がですね、今回なくなっております。
And I know a lot of you had enjoyed using this and it felt great, but we will be taking shoulder tackle away.
Oh no!
純粋に新しい
Shoulder tackle's gone.
技が追加されるんですけど、
Casualty. Man down.
But in its place, we will be adding a gap closer or like a rush action per se. It will not be something that you use your fist.
ただ味方ターゲットして移動もできるので。
But it is
その味方が離れてくれたやつに魔文みたいなステップみたいなもんですね。
なるほど。
ステップして即ボスへみたいな使い方ができる感じです。
But with this rush sort of movement, it is going to be simply for moving around, but you can also target your ally or your party member to rush over to them. So say you needed to kind of go towards somebody who had dispersed and went off into the distance, you can rush over to them. So kind of like there's an action that's similar in the Black Mage's kit, but you can go in there to kind of close your distance with your party member.
まあクローマの場合だと魔物を置いておいてボルボルにステップした後魔物に戻るできるんだけど、今回敵もターゲットできるので、敵から味方へ味方から敵へっていうのができるので、そんな感じでまあなので羅刹でこう
I mean, casters with gap closers? Dude.
はい殴らない技には
Not caster healers?
So, I mean, with the Black Mage, though,
Oh my.
you would place the ley lines and then take a step and rush into your party member and then just go back to the ley lines. But with this new monk action, you can target where you're going to be moving to. So it's not just like a going back and forth. You can target your ally to rush over to them and then maybe run towards the
That
the
is
enemy.
so crazy.
So because of that, and you will be able to target your party members. You don't want to shoulder tackle your allies, but
味方は殴っちゃいけませんよねっていう話。
そうですね。
はい。
さあちょっと文句の必殺技だけ実機でお
やったぜ。
お見せしましょうかという感じでございますが、よろしい。もう説明じゃちょっとわかんないと思うんで。
we want to show off an example of Masterful Blitz on the gameplay screen because I think just explaining it with words may not be optimal in terms of trying to get the message across.
Let me see it. Let me see it. Give me. Let me see it.
Wow.
Oh my goodness, look at theirs. That looks good, bro. I like it. I like it.
Looks new.
So it's gonna show us the monk mechanic.
It's a new area.
New area, new BGM.
まあ当然ですけど、お伝えしてあるデノミネーションって入ってる状態なので、
はい。
もう全体ギューってね数字が縮んだ状態です。
And just a word of note, downscaling has been already implemented in this build, so please don't be surprised if the numbers feel a lot more compact.
はい。こんな感じですね。今の3スタック。
So as you can see, that's the 3 stacks.
まあテクニカルでは。
Yeah, that was the Jesus.
30秒でチャージされます。
That's crazy. Okay, you got 14 seconds. We're gonna do it again. Let's look at it again, fellas.
With a 30-second charge. So let me show you the Masterful Blitz.
はい、お願いします。Yes, please.
海なり。
Perfect balance.
あ、ここにこれ溜まってんの見えますかね。3つ。
Can you see the 3 kind of below that chakra gauge, kind of glowing there?
はい。これがチャクラですね。で、ここに必殺技が出てるんで、これ3つ違うチャクラをつけた時に出せる。必殺技。
And so once you have those charged, up to 3 chakras that are opened up, you can unleash your Masterful Blitz.
で、
Which is that buff right there?
今1個使ったことによって、
はい、
陽の陶器がついておりますね。
So of course, once we have used that stack of 3, we now have an element that's associated with it. Between the yin and the yang, it's yang at this time.
で、例えばね、3つとも同じ。早期砲がね、ここに。
And the yang, right there, the blue one.
Oh, we have something there right now. But another example is if we have 3 of the same.
今、インがついて
ますね。
はい。
Ying.
Ying?
インはいいんですよ。
インの陶器が
陰の陶器。
陰の陶器がついてます。
The yin and yang. It wasn't in my glossary, so I'm going with yin and
そう
yang.
ね、
But
まだないもんね。でこの状態で、
はい
さらにチャクラをつけて、
So 3 different ones.
は
So they charged them both.
so now you have the other side, and then you stack your 3 chakras again, and then you unleash a pretty flashy move there in your Masterful Blitz.
なるほど。
はい。というわけで忙しいので、まあこの、聖剣好きと、総称打だけ方向指定がなくなって、まあ他は残ってます。
なるほど。
はい。
But yes, so as you can see, it is quite busy with trying to maintain that gauge. So that's why we adjusted the two, True Strike and Twin Snakes, to not be restricted to a particular direction.
ではこれ以上はね、
はい、
メディアの皆さんの
そうですね。
仕事を奪ってしまう。
So I think we will leave it at that, and we don't want to take away from the media and
Oh,
influencers
I'm sorry about that.
contents.
はい。以上となります。敵視リセットして。もうパワポに戻っている。
はい、パワーポイントです。
はい。さあでは、続いて侍行きましょうか。
お願いします。
Next up is Samurai.
一つ目、陣風と疾風で付与できるバフを範囲コンボでも付与できるようになったので、これ戦士とも同じです。範囲めっちゃだるかったと思うので、ここは相当快適になるんじゃないかなと思います。
So first one is effects granted by Jinpu and Shifu can now also be applied by AoE combos. This is kind of
Nice.
similar to the
Uh-oh.
warrior, but
Messed
when
up.
you're doing your AoEs, it won't be so like not boring, but like it's strenuous and time consuming because the effects are applied to AoE combos as well.
新たな居合術と、つまべ返しに相当するアクション、新たに追加されております。
A new EI jutsu and an action in the vein of Tsubame Gaeshi will be available.
ちょっと待ってね。いやもう竜騎士のコメントがね結構で、もちろん竜騎士もねちゃんと範囲書きましたね。範囲のローテーションちゃんと拡張されてるんで、
そうです。
竜さんも大丈夫ですよ。はい。
People seem to be concerned about the dragoon, but I did mention, right? I did write it down. We have expanded upon the AoEs.
パワポに書いてあるんでご確認ください。
It's on the PowerPoint. Don't worry. Please check.
で、ですね、侍なんですけど、やっぱピュアメレー DPS として思いっきり正当進化です。
So with the samurai, of course, we wanted to kind of expand upon that pure melee DPS.
新技追加が主なんですけど、ツバメ返し、それから明鏡止水のが2チャージのアクションになってるので、コンテンツに合わせてのね、開幕バーストとか調整の余地っていうのは結構増えたかなと思います。
And of course, with the samurai, because it's just a straightforward sort of evolution from the last expansion, we have just primarily added new actions. But the Tsubame Gaeshi and Meikyo Shisui have become stackable to 2 charges. So whenever you go into a particular content and you want to go into a fight with that sort of burst of attack, there is a bit of wiggle room if you wanted to like make adjustments there.
で、明鏡止水状態ではですね、コンボの3段目に該当するアクションを打つと、コンボ2段目のバフが得られる。明鏡止水の状態の時だけですけどね。そんな風になってるんで、使い勝手自体も向上してると思います。
And then when you are under the effect of Meikyo Shisui, and then you go into that third phase of your combo rotation, you will be granted the effects of that second combo action. So we're hoping that that will allow for ease of use to be improved.
はい。
はいはい。じゃあ侍は以上でございます。
Okay, so that covers the samurai.
では、続いて忍者です。はい。
Next up is ninja.
こちらまず
Here
一つ目
comes
です
the
けど
ninja,
フートン
brother.
トンライトンで
Hey,
す。
what the
それぞれ
hell?
にまあそれらをベースとするアクションというのを追加しております。
So with this one, actions linked to Raiton, Doton, and Huton will be added.
であとはですね、アクションで、フートンを付与できるっていうものが追加されているので、フートン付与維持が楽になるんじゃないかなと思います。
And then an action making it easier to apply Huton would be added. So whenever you do want to sort of apply or keep Huton, and it should allow for you to do that.
まあ結構すでに忙しいジョブですし、
はい、
まあそもそも忍術なんてミスしてられないし、これ以上忙しくならないようにしてあります。
And of course, with the ninja, it is quite busy. And of course, you can't miss any of those ninjutsus that you are doing. So we tried our best not to make it even busier than it is already.
ツイッチに4因は勘弁してくれって書いてあるんですけど、残念、4因はございません。
なるほど。
はい。
People are saying, "Oh, we don't want the fourth sigil," but don't worry, we do not have that.
Oh, I don't know. You guys are like pretending that you don't, but you do.
ですので、ドットがなくなりました。
And of course, we have done away with Shadow Fang, so the dot will be gone.
Oh no, Shadowfang is gone.
ドトンやライトンの追加で、まあさっきね、新たな攻撃、まあこれ動画にもありましたね。で、分身の術の効果時間中に使える専用アクションなんかも、追加されたりしております。
And then, of course, as mentioned, there are some new actions that are linked to Doton and Raijin, as you may have seen in the video. And then when you are using the I'm sorry.
Take your time.
You're using the Bunshin, there is going to be a specific action
Oh no,
that will
what happened?
be added to that as
Hold
well.
on, guys.
はい。
There. My bad.
ありがとうございます。
What's going on?
That should cover ninja.
はい。そして、近接メロディペース最後は、こちらでございます。
お、出ました。
新ジョブリーパーでございます。
はい。
Last but not least, this is our new melee DPS job, Reaper.
まずですね、お伝えしていきましょう。両手釜、新しい武器、両手釜による攻撃、まあ、自分自身の攻
It
撃
is
と、
so
まあ、
cool,
自分
dude.
にくっついてきてるアバター。
It's so cool.
キ
It's
ャラクターとの連
it's not. It's so cool.
いきます。で、最終的にはアバターを自分自身に表示させて、まあ、融合するみたいなことができます。
So of course with Reaper, they use the scythe, like a double-handed scythe, to attack. So you have your own attacks that you are unleashing, and then you have the avatar that will also attack at the same time. So you're attacking in tandem, and then plus you will be able to service the avatar's vessel, and so you allow for it to kind of possess you to unleash even more powerful attacks.
続いての項目どうぞ。で、1個だけ、まあシナジーパーティー強化する。
It has support ability.
Just one job that does this. There's it's able to grant enhancements to party. Sorry, this is the only like synergy related action that this job has.
Oh, okay. Just the one. All right. I was like, oh no. Do we have a melee bard?
You
No,
may
we're
have
good.
noticed in the video, Reaper was trying to take something out of the bard. It looked kind of ominous.
で、まあ移動結構特徴的だったりもするんですけど、どうぞ。特定の状況で、まあ、結構役立つアクションとか特徴的な動作をするアクションが結構豊富ですのは、ちょっとまたタイプが違いますね。やっぱ身長部だけあって。はい。
And you may have also noticed this in the video, but some of the movements that the Reaper does is quite unique as well. And so it says here, unique and specialized actions give them an edge in specific combat situations.
ざっくりですね、流れのイメージをちょっと口頭でね、まずご説明しようと思います。はい。
So just a very rough and sort of general explanation of the flow here.
まずこの画面にある2つのゲージなんですけど、1つがソウルゲージ。はい。
So if you take a look at the job HUD there, you see two different sort of gauges, but one of them, the top one, is the soul gauge.
で、まあソウルゲージを貯めて、アバターと一緒に攻撃ウェポンスキルを使う。その、ソウルゲージを消費してね。
And then, so you would charge up the soul gauge in order to unleash different attacks. And this also applies to some of the attacks that you unleash together with your avatar. And that would sort of deplete some of the charge that is built up in the soul gauge.
で、そのアバターと一緒に戦うとシュラウドゲージっていうのが今度はたまるので、それが一定以上たまるとアバターと融合できるようになるので、最終的にはアバターと融合してさらに特別なコンボをばらしていくみたいなのが基本になります。
And then once you unleash the weapon skills using your own attacks plus the avatar, then a second gauge starts to fill up. That is the shroud gauge. And with this accumulating charge, then it will eventually allow for you to kind of let the avatar kind of merge with you. You would become the avatar's vessel, and then you are able to unleash even stronger special combos. So that's kind of like the basic flow.
どちらかというと、ピュア DPS に近いです。結果。
So, because of that, I think we lean towards that sort of pure melee DPS. It kind of resulted in that way.
Okay. Okay, it has one unique ability that will help the party, but everything else leans in towards the samurai
our samurai
style.
Is definitely a pure melee DPS. So it's not quite as extreme as the samurai, but I think it does skew towards that sort of melee, pure melee.
じゃあこちらも見ないとわかんないよっていう YouTube でチラッチラッ
わからないですね。
吉田見ないとわかんないよチラッっていうコメントを見たので実機を見てみましょうか。
And I think I see a lot of comments in YouTube, I think, saying that, oh, but we won't understand unless you show it to us, please. Show us,
right?
Show us just a little bit. So allow us to show it on the game.
The little bit of gameplay. Come on, bro. Do it. Here we go. Here's it. Here it is. Here it is. Let's do it. Oh my goodness, look at it. It's great.
これどっかのプロデューサー兼ディレクターがステージで来て
He's just showing off his character. Oh, dude, those are the swords on the back.
Oh, this reminds me of a certain outfit that a certain producer director of a game had worn at a certain event and stood next to our CEO and made people wonder, what kind of game is this?
All right, here we go.
ざっとゆっくりちょっと動かしますね。
ほい。
Just a rough overview and kind of take you step by step.
お願いします。Yes, please.
準備をします。
Sorry, one moment. We're gonna prep.
で、これ1個ね、
So it needs to prep the gauge before doing anything. So here we go.
かけました。
Here we
We've
go.
applied the synergistic
で、バフを
ability
入れました。
and applied a debuff.
で、
There's the avatar. Nice.
うん、
So we unloaded it into the blue gauge.
Backside.
おいよ。
I'm sorry, side attack and then back attack. Oops.
Oh my.
Another charge, sorry.
Gap closer, dude. Well, it's that thing that we saw.
で、こう、殴っていくと、まず、さっきのソウルゲージが溜まりますね。
So as you can see, when you continue to hit the enemy, the soul gauge kind of fills up.
And then he dumps it into the
で、
blue
アバ
one,
ターを使って、
right?
おう
Yeah. So after he does a special attack with the avatar, it fills the other gauge by 10 points. Here we go.
タイミング
When he finishes
Sorry,
it,
it's kind
50.
of hard to jump in with the translations, but
で、これでシュラウドゲージが50に、アバターを使えば使うほどシュラウドゲージが溜まると思ってくださいね。
but again, just a reminder, once you attack using your avatar, the shroud gauge starts to fill up.
Shroud gauge, that's it. So the avatar attacks fill the shroud gauge 10 points at a time. Attacking your target,
And transform.
こんな感じ。
わ
dude.
ちゃんとね、皆さんの
So badass. Are you kidding me right now?
But yeah, each of your characters will take on its own form, or not its own form, but I'm sorry, it's going to take form, and it'll still be your character.
完全に
Oh my goodness. So it mixes with the avatar. You're going to be like
Yeah, now, yeah.
between yourself and the avatar.
It's totally-
Oh, that is so nice, dude. That is very badass.
これはいい中にって書いてあって、ちょっと嬉しいです。
英語にしづらい。
This is very, very emo.
He's very emo and edgy, right? The edge lord has been born in Final Fantasy
方向に対して前に
14. All right.
アクションと後ろに移動するアクションがあります。
So as for a gap closer, there's a move where it'll allow for you to move towards like forward, and then there's a way to move kind of backwards.
Okay.
で、その位置にですね、ゲートを開けておくことができる一定時間、勝手に残るんですけど、これでここにゲートを残る。
はい。
So basically, you'll be opening a gate of sort, like a rift that you can go through.
Oh,
and it
so
stays open
those are two
for,
separate
a
moves.
certain amount of time.
で、
So you have to do it
ゲートが
again.
閉じる前であれば、
Okay, those are two separate moves. You can go back and forward with that gauge.
So if you are able to move before the gate closes up, you can go back to whatever position you started off from.
まあ僕今調整メインで別にリーパー使ってるわけじゃないんですけど、調整でリーパー使ってる子はですね、アンチにあらかじめ一旦ゲートを置いておいて、
はい、
ギリギリまで殴って戻るみたいなことやってました、ね。
なるほど。
Of course, right now we're just making adjustments to it, so it's not like this is a main job or anything. But you would a way to go about using this gate is to kind of leave it where it's in front of like an enemy of sorts, and then you close the gap towards them, hit them, and then go back.
Okay, we didn't lost picture. It's them loading.
ブレイクするだけ違う。ちょっとここから早いですよ。 融合した後。
Really quickly after letting the avatar take over.
すごい。Yeah, it's very flashy.
融合するとちょっとプレイ速度変わるので、結構テクニカルですね。で今までのようになんだろう、単体技でゲージを貯めてってよりは、このソウルスライスとか割とチャージアクション使って一気に50貯めて長めにこうソウルゲージを貯めてようやく呼び出してみたいな感じじゃなくて、どんどん切り替えていくことになるんで、プレイ感今までとかなり違います。
But with the tempo of these different actions that you have to do, it is quite fast. So it does require a lot of technical aspect of it. And it's not necessarily like a single target all the time. Sometimes it's like a soul slice, and adding some different abilities in there. It's not like an endurance thing. Like you don't like build and build and build and build and unleash at one time, but it's quite fast. So I think the play style is quite different from what we had previously with it compared to any of the existing jobs.
でもなんだろう、一通り当然全ジョブ触ってますけど、テンポはすごい気持ちよくてね、楽しかったっす。
That being said, looking at the different jobs, this one included, the tempo does feel really good. So I think it is quite interesting.
これはね、結構やり込んでいただけるんじゃないかなと思います。
And so I think the more you get your hands on it and try it out, I think it's something that you can kind of master and try to make the most out of it, because it is quite fun.
ガス欠にならないようにしていかなきゃいけないんでね。だからまあ人気がきっと出るだろうなと思って、もうちょっと優しめにしたかったんですけど、意外となんだろう、いい感じの難しさになったかなとは思うんで、ね、まあ練習したらしただけ面白いかなとは思うんで。
But of course, you have to be mindful of like resource management and making sure that your gauges are up and you're going through this properly, managing it properly. And of course, with this being a new job, very flashy moves, we
there it is.
Expect it to be very popular. And so we were torn about making
I think we got it, guys. I think we
less challenging, so to speak. But I don't know. I think it's a good kind of difficult, and again, it's something that would be fun to kind of master. And the more you delve deeper into it, the more I feel like you can get out of it.
まあベースのコンボには方向指定がないんですけど、アバターとやる技みたいな時は方向指定が存在するものもあります。なんかそこはどっちかというと味付けです。はい。
Of course, the base combo doesn't require any sort of directionals, but once you start involving your avatar, there will be. So be careful of that. But I think it adds flavor to the different abilities that you're unleashing.
Yeah, it looks like we fixed the issue with the video, guys. I'm really sorry about that.
なんだろう、高速で回さなきゃいけない中で出てくるんで、しかもさっき使ったのどっちだっけとか出てくるんで、そんなに簡単ではなかったですよ。はい。
And then we also have those people saying, "Oh, but it's an easy job" in the comments, which is not true. You are going to be moving around.
They're already easy mode. They're already giving it the easy mode treatment.
So, and you also have to remember, okay, so I've used this skill, so
wait,
where does it connect to
we want to
next?
go that
So
way.
it's not easy per se.
今ね、YouTube でね、LB3 を見せてくれるコメントが始まってる Twitch もそうなんですけど、 残念ながらですね、僕今日今使ってるこのメディアツアーのワールドはですね、デバッグコマンドの LB3 フリーが使えないんですよ、残念ながら。
I also see comments saying that, oh, we want to see Limit Break 3, but I'm afraid this is in this world that we created for the media tour, we don't have the debug command to unleash the LB3, or we don't have the debug command LB3 free, so sorry, I'm not able to show it to you.
ただですね、もうすでに公開しているベンチマークトレーラーの最後に、ゼノスが使ってるなんかすごいやつが、リーパーの LB3 です。
ああ、なるほど。
はい。
But that being said, you may have seen the benchmark trailer, but when you see Xenos at the end and he does this really flashy move, that is the Reaper's LB3.
Oh, really?
ご覧いただくと LB3、リーパーの LB3 がこういうやつかっていうのがわかります。はい。
So I think that would be a good reference if you want to see what the Reaper's LB3 looks like.
はい。ではちょっとこれでまあリーパー終わりにしようと思うんですけど、
はい、
まあ2時間になるんで、
そうなんです。
3休憩と。
はい。なのでここらで一旦ちょっと手短に10分ぐらい、10分休憩ぐらいを一回挟みたいなと。で休憩開けたら残りの遠隔シリーズの DPS とヒーラーに。
全
然4時間どころじゃねえな。
おかしいな。数字で言いますと、当初思ってたら今40分ぐらい押してます。はい。かかるもんですね。
So we have actually clocked in about 2 hours now, and we haven't gotten through all the well, we've gotten through the melee DPS, but I think we would like to take a 10-minute break, and then we'll jump back into the remaining DPS. Yeah, we're on about a 40-minute delay at this point, so I think we want to take a quick break.
ですので、ここから10分間休憩取りたいと思います。予定外のマジ休憩なので、お供は特にございません。本当の休憩でございます。So now we want to have a 10 minutes break. It's pure break, so we have no video to show during the break. This break, so 10分後にお会いしましょう。Let's see you again in 10 minutes.
All right, guys. I'm gonna refresh my drink because that was awesome. So we will be right back as well. Okay, guys, so really quick while they're on a break, this so far has been the optimization expansion. I mean, your range abilities no longer break your melee combos. We're talking about shield lobs, tomahawks, all of that stuff. If you have to move away from the boss, that does not break your combo. All right? If they make it part of the combo. So basically, okay. It's not a if, it's a definite, because shield lobs and tomahawks do share the GCD. So if you hit the shield lob or tomahawk, you're just going to extend your GCD without breaking the combo, of course, as long as you have the buff durations and the timings for the transition. This is great. Also, outstanding measure on putting, if we select the right abilities, we get extra benefits from our cooldowns, kind of like how you cast a shield as a paladin, but if you have Sentinel already up, that shield is stronger. And apparently we have the new Edgelord of Final Fantasy. I mean, the Reaper looks, and I'm pretty sure it probably feels amazing, but it looks amazing. I love the mechanics, and I gotta say that the big star here, because we all knew that they were gonna rework Monk, but here's the thing. The Summoner is the big star, alright? Okay, it's gonna have a really long rotation. It doesn't matter. It is a Summoner now. You are summoning primals, my friends. This is what a Summoner should have been from the beginning. They finally got to it, and it's awesome. And last but not least, and they're gonna talk about it on the second part, at least these were the big things for me. Scholar with the gap closer, that is just crazy, alright? It's crazy. So, good stuff, right? So we're about halfway through the jobs, and so far so very good. I mean, I love it. And of course, that's just some of the changes. They're not disclosing all the changes. Potencies are going to be less. The numbers are going to be less, but the potency is the same. What I mean by that is, now 4,000 potency, or 400 potency, instead of doing 64k, it does like 34k, but it is the same potency. The number crush is already in effect on that little demo world space they made for the media tour. So be ready for that. Don't be alarmed if you see small numbers when that stuff starts coming out with all of your favorite YouTubers and streamers. And yeah, so we probably have like another hour. Usually the PLLs last for 3 hours, so we got another hour coming in. And let's just wait for it to we're gonna go to physical range DPS. You're probably gonna lump that with the magical DPS, so we're probably gonna see Machinist, Bard lumped with this Summoner and Black Mage and Red Mage. Yep. So those 5 are probably gonna be together in a group, and then finally we're gonna have the healers, which we're looking forward, of course, to be talked about the Sage, but I'm especially interested on how the Scholar is going to be reworked, because if they're looking, or if they're taking feedback from the community, or they're looking over the several types of discussions, people have been saying that the Scholar is severely lacking, and it's probably not going to be a very played job on Endwalkers. If they take that feedback into account, they're probably gonna gonna put new tools on the job, new utilities, and apparently they have a gap closer. That's just the beginning. There's probably going to be some sort of rework with the Scholar that's going to make it very viable and take the 25% share of healers running all sorts of content. So let's wait to see what happens on the second part of the PLL. So far, it has been a blast. I mean, I nearly lost my shit when I saw that combo for the Paladin. So the combo starts in Confiteor, which up until now, that is the end of the magical combo, right? And we have 3 more skills. Wait, no, 4, because the swords just kept piling up. Now my question is that combo separated from the regular combo, or is that combo a continuation of the combo that we already have right now? Because they did make a point of saying that the Paladin is more of an evolution of what started in Shadowbringers, and it's not a complete rework. So what I'm thinking is probably that's just going to be added to the magical rotation. Possibly now Shield Lob is going to be something that we're going to be using more frequent in mid-fight, you know what I'm saying? And what else? Oh, there's another thing that I wanted to talk about, but I kind of forgot. I kind of forgot. Shoot. And it was still about the Paladin. No? It might have been just the tanks in general. Well, I don't remember, but there it is, guys. So let's wait for the second part. And, oh, wait. We might be coming into the second part. There it is.
はい、戻ってまいりました。第66回ファイナルファンタジー14プロデュースされたライブ、ジョブのご説明を続けております。
Also, note the T-shirt, Perfect Alexander.
From the live number 66, we are now explaining the job changes.
Sage and Reaper on his T-shirt. That's the symbols.
続いては、ごめんね。遠隔物理 DPS で。
Oh no, they're separating them.
Ranged DPS?
ですね。はい。じゃあまず共通点からなんですけど、まあ遠隔物理の共通点としては、さっきお話しした基本武器の性能を上げてるんでというお話になっております。
And so for the physical range DPS, and this goes across all of the jobs within this role, the parity between the physical and magical damage attributes of weapons will be at the same, and then yeah, it's just similarly to what we had explained about how we're bolstering the physical damage calculation numbers.
でまあそれぞれがオーソドックスに進化している感じなので、まあこの後説明していきます。
And each job is just they have been updated accordingly in a fairly orthodox manner. So we'll just jump into it, each individual ones.
で、共通しているポイントとしてもう一個あって、ダメージ軽減系のバフですね。パーティーバフは3ジョブともリキャストが90秒になってます。
But there's one additional point that applies across the physical range DPS jobs is that any sort of buffs that mitigate damage, the recast timer has been adjusted to 90 seconds.
さあでは銀融詩人からいきましょう。
Okay, so jumping right into Bard.
はい、どうぞ。まず既存3種類の戦火アクションから派生する、パーティーバフアクションを追加しております。
Says each of the 3 songs will make available a new action that applies a party-wide enhancement.
So we're going back to support.
によるね、支援を結構リクエストされる機会が多かった
More
の
of
で、
it.
既存3つの戦火アクションから派生して効果内容がね、こうさらに上昇していくみたいなパーティーバフを追加してます。
So of course, there has been a lot of feedback and requests for more like abilities that would allow for like support using songs. And so we wanted to take the existing 3 songs that the Bard has in its kit and kind of add a sort of party buff and something that would enhance its effect.
で、FFXIV から発生する新アクションが追加されてたり。
Apex Arrow. Okay, we saw that.
And then a new action will be available upon execution of Apex Arrow.
We saw that on the job action.
バトルボイスがリキャスト120秒合わせになるなど、細かく調整が行われています。
And then other adjustments include Wanderer's Minuet and Battle Voice recast timers have been adjusted to match 120 seconds, and other various adjustments have been made.
ちょっと待ってね。
はい。
Sorry, one moment.
Okay, they're looking at something right now. So the songs are going to be adjusted to the 120 seconds window that they were talking about. They're going to standardize actions of the same type, and those 2 songs are going to be in, and those 2 actions are going to be in the 120 second window. And that was everything for the Bard. Now moving on to Machinist.
I'm seeing comments that, well, Machinist, there's really not much you can change with the Machinist, but we'll talk about the Machinist anyway.
一つ目、機械をモチーフにした新アクション、回転のこぎりが追加されてます。
Mechanically themed action.
So the first one, a new mechanically themed action called Chainsaw will be added.
あとはですね、動画にもありましたオートマトンクイーンに新しい攻撃アクションが追加されてます。
For the automaton queen.
This was featured in the video as well, but a new action will be added for the.
So we saw that.
そうですね。他だと整備が、2チャージのアクションになってます。
And then in other changes, reassemble is now going to be chargeable up to 2 charges.
でこちらはですね、管理が必要なので、溢れないように、適時使っていただく必要が出てきます。
And of course, with this ability being charged, you don't want to waste once it's charged up. So please make sure that you are kind of strategically placing it and allowing to build up as needed.
あとは本当主に新技追加で、少ないホットバーで快適にっていうところは、変わらない形にしてあります。
And then the rest of the adjustments are primarily just new actions being added. We have not changed the concept of trying to keep the number of abilities that are assigned to your hotbar and still play comfortably.
はい、貴公子も以上となっております。はい。
So that's it for the machinist.
All right, moving on to the dancer.
ですが、こちらどうぞ。
Next up is the dancer.
ウェポンスキルで、付与されるリバースカスケード自己化とかのバフがですね、単体と範囲で共有化されるようになります。
weapon skill effects, such as Flourishing Cascade, will now be shared across single target and AoE skills.
Quality of
他にはです
life.
ねどうぞ。まあ、この辺のテクニカルフィニッシュ、インプロとかですね、攻めの単語からさらに発生するアクションっていうのが今回追加されています。
And then new actions will be available upon the execution of technical finish, improvisation, and devilment.
踊り子はバファーのね要素が強い DPS として、まあそのまま進化してます。はい。
So of course with the dancer, it does allow for different buffs to be applied, or they allow for applying different buffs to your party members, and so we've kind of kept that direction with the update here.
まあ単体とさっきお話したようにね、単体と範囲で面倒だったプロックの、管理を統一してあります。
And then, as mentioned earlier, the different pucks that are applied sometimes, and it was rather a hassle because you had to differentiate between like single target versus AoE, and some of the pucks that had to be managed between those was made or is going to be made simpler.
That makes sense.
でですね、快適性をね今回向上させるために、まあ、単体アクションのみ、ダンスのステップアクションにこう切り替わってたんですけど、ダンスモードに入ると、今回範囲攻撃も同様に、ステップアクションに置き換わるようになってるので、ホットバーを切り替えね、範囲と、単体で分けてた人は範囲側でもそれができるようになるので、かなり楽になるんじゃないかなと思います。はい。
And so, because we tried to make things a bit more smoother in terms of like executing your different rotations. Previously, whenever you were doing a single target attack and your hotbar switched to the different step actions, and you'd have to switch over because AoE does not have that kind of simplicity. We actually updated it so that you don't have to worry about it with the AoE attacks. It's in a similar system where it'll switch into that sort of dance step action mode where
nice.
The buttons will be replaced by the necessary next steps.
So basically the AoE...
Before, if you had to manage like 2 separate hotbars for single targets versus AoE attacks, I think it makes things a lot more simpler. Yeah.
Nice. So they're gonna make the AoE technical steps just follow through on rails, the same as the single target stuff without much input from the player. That's good stuff. That is good stuff.
And then, of course, there's a spirit, which is applied sometimes when a dance is successful, and it's applied. Sometimes it's applied to yourself at random, but we've changed it just for the dancer themselves. It's going to a spirit is going to build. It'll be guaranteed to build.
大体踊り子そんな感じです。
はい。
Okay, so that's it for dancer.
Okay.
まあ詩人が本人に影響がないってやつはね、まだギリまで調整してるんで、今はちょっと明言を避けさせてほしいです。はい。
People were talking about with the bard, doesn't seem to take any sort of effects on the self. I'm afraid we are still making adjustments still, so I can't confirm nor deny on that point.
はい。コメントでごねればいけるかって書いてますけど、ごねっても無理だと思います。
そういう問題じゃない。
No comment. No comment. All right.
Some people are commenting that, oh, maybe we can negotiate by commenting on here. I think it's a little too late for that. That's not what we base our decisions on. I'm sorry.
違うんですよ。なんかコメントでね、
It's too late, bro.
言われるんですけど、そこの軽く上げると全体を落とさなきゃいけなくなっちゃうので、別に全体バランスから知ってるんですよね。踊り子もね、本体軽くもっと低いわけで、はい、そこはバランスなのでご了承ください。はい。
And I do see that people are commenting on, oh, why is it just barred? Why it's not fair? But I mean, this affects the damage that is being dealt, and we do need to look at it from a balance perspective. We also made adjustments to the dancer too, where some of the damage has been sort of adjusted as well. So please understand.
はい。では次いきますよ。
行きましょう。
はい。
Okay, on to the magical ranged.
遠隔魔法 DPS ですね。こちら共通項はですね、シンプルにアドルのお話で、アドルにも、さっき牽制に、魔法ダメージ軽減の効果を少しつけますよと言ったのと、今度は逆でアドルには、物理ダメージの減少効果を少しだけ、入れることにしました。
So with magical ranged DPS, of course there is the major change would be to Addle, kind of similar to what we've done with Feint, where it adds just a little bit of magic damage mitigation or reduction. With Addle, it'll allow for just a little bit, but some reduction of damage in physical attack.
Oh, nice. Okay. That's good.
さあでは各ジョブの話に移っていきたい
That's good.
と思います。
はい。
まず黒魔導士です。
So going into the individual jobs, first is the Black Mage.
There we go, Black
まず
Mage.
一番でかい変更点がですね、エノキアンが特性に変わりました。アストラルファイヤーかアンブラルブリザード中が付与されれば自動的に、エノキアンも発動するようになってます。
So I think one of the most major changes is that Enochian will be a trait that is automatically applied while under the effect of astral fire or umbral ice.
ここはちょっと悩まなかったわけではないんですけど、やっぱりこれが分かりにくさをさらに生んでたり、なんだろう、プレイヤーの間のこう火力差を結構生んじゃってたので、ここはそうすることにしました。はい。
And this was actually a very hard decision, or like it did require a lot of thinking, because while it was it was causing a disparity with the player's skills. So we decided that we were going to make the update.
Okay. So they thought that it was going to mess with the skill ceiling.
まあさらに特定の条件がある中でアストラルファイアとアンブラルブリザードを切り替えると発動できる。すごい魔法が。炎と氷が合わさって最強に見えそうな魔法が追加されてます。
And under certain conditions, swapping between astral fire and umbral ice will make new actions available. One of which is a fairly cool looking. It looks like a combination of fire and ice.
Yeah, we saw that. We saw that.
黒魔同士はやっぱり侍同様にピュア DPS としてまあ戦闘進化してます。蘇生も持ってません。はい。はい。
And with the Black Mage, of course, kind of like the Samurai, we wanted to kind of evolve it as a pure DPS.
Makes sense.
Of course, no raise capabilities.
No raise? Wow, rude.
でやっぱりさっきお話したようにね、初心者の方にも火力格差がちょっとね広がりやすかったので、エノキアンを特性化してます。
No raise.
And of course, going back to Enochian, it was quite hard to grasp for certain players, especially those who are unfamiliar with the different the Black Mage actions. And it did cause a disparity between the damage dealt. So we have decided to change Enochian to be a trait.
Yeah, but that was because they couldn't understand they didn't understand the mechanic. That's not like a design flaw, you know what I'm saying?
してます。結構この辺小手先のテクニックが効くようになってるのでお試しください。
I don't know, guys. I don't.
And
I
then,
don't. I don't
the
fully agree with
that is
one.
applied whenever for Fire 3 or I'm sorry, Fire.
I'm not excited about that. I
Fire
mean,
is Fire 4, sorry. And Thunder. And the proc that is applied whenever those are in effect has been extended because it helps with the rotations, and there are more things that you need to be doing in your different like skill sets and going back and forth, and
right.
some of the repeated steps that need to be done has kind of increased. So I think it helps with if these procs are on a bit longer, so that there's room to kind of make use of that.
あとはですね、ファイラとブリザラどうなったんだろうっていうコメント見ましたけど、ファイラとブリザラはですね、上位の魔法が登場してですね、範囲焼きのローテーションが変わります。はい。
And then Fire 2 and Blizzard 2 is going to have like a one step higher to that, so that your AoE rotation will change.
ついに魚が登場するのかって言われてますけど。
I mean, the Enochian change, I am not excited about.
日本語名だとね、
I don't necessarily agree with it. That's the only thing I'm getting stuck on the Black Mage here.
FF 委員会で議論をしましたね。
You know?
どうしよう。
So you gotta understand with the Japanese names, and you may be familiar with this, like Fai turns into Faira, Faida, or Faiga, and then we have different tiers and different suffixes that we put in the Japanese language. And once you get to a certain point, you have to start making up some of these suffixes, and we had to bring it up to the Final Fantasy brand committee and make sure that they're kosher with it, and we had to like debate about this.
だって魔法の系統を増やすってだって FF の歴史上結構重要なわけですよ。で結果、現委員長の北さんが、そこまで行くの14ぐらいだからもうお医者さんが思い切って作っていいよって言われて
マジか。
And you know, because the franchise is we have a long running history, and having that sort of additional tiers to these magic spells is actually a big deal, because it's kind of breaking history. But the current sort of brand executive, Mr. Kitase, was very kind to say, well, the only people who go a higher tier beyond what was already established is 14. So, Mr. Yoshida, I will trust it. I will trust your judgment to come up with
That's a big
nice
deal,
suffix.
dude. Just saying. That is a big deal.
日和りまして
そうでしょ。
日和りまして、今回ファイラの上位はハイファイラ。
わー、ひよったー。
But that made me scared on it just freaked me out at the on the flip side. So I went with high fire.
まあいずれ数字上がるんで、まあどっかで踏んでなきゃいけないですけど、今回じゃなくていいやと思って、はい、ちょっと寄ります。はい。
And I mean, one of these days, yes, we will eventually have to expand further out in our tiers, and we will have to come up with a nice sort of suffix to add on there. But this time, I think I kind of chickened out.
みんなね、見損なったぞ吉田とかね、
Right.
ひよってんなとか結構コメントあるんですよ。いいですか？でも僕がね、仮にですよ、このためにファイ行ってしたとしますよ。そしたら KR 行とかですかね、今後全部。
そうね。それは困る。
いいんですね、それで。
And I see comments on the Japanese side. Oh, you chickened out, Yoshida. but to be fair, like if we add like say a gyo suffix and like it's by gyo, anything that's like a tier 4 or tier 5 magic is going to be like cure gyo, you know?
Yeah, that doesn't sound great.
まあなんでまあ今回はちょっと、私いろいろ考えまして、なるほど。そこに無難に落としておきました。
So after much thought, we have decided to settle on that.
あとはまあちょっと話を黒魔同士に戻すと、激星魔が2スタックのチャージアクションになって、で30秒でチャージするんで、これも結構腕に差が出てくるかな、使いどころって感じですね。はい。
And I'm sorry, there's another charge action for Black Mage that has been added. Another charge has been added to that stack.
ゴレンマは一応言ってみたんだけど、却下されました。
And then there was comments about, well, what about an additional like a multiple casts, like a five consecutive
like a
casts,
red
and
mage, like
proposed the idea
triple
but it was
cast,
rejected.
but like quintuple. Are you crazy? I mean, dude, can you imagine with a black mage with the ability to cast five spells in really fast order?
With,
That would be
sorry,
crazy.
Going back to what Yoshida-san said about Gekisema, that's Sharp Cast. Sorry, Sharp Cast has an additional charge now with the update.
Sharp
But
cast
in any
has
case,
an
with,
addition.
Black
Nice.
Mage, it is trying to match your different spells according to the timeline of the battle. So that challenge still remains, and I think it still sort of lives up to that.
さあ、では続いてのジョブ、赤魔同士に行こうかなと思います。
はい。
Okay, next item is the Red Mage.
赤魔同士
Red mage, let's go.
まず1個目、スコーチから派生する新アクション。これ動画で見ていただいて。
I did.
はい。
Okay.
First one is a new action will
Wait.
be available upon execution of
Okay.
Scorch. I think you've noticed that in the video.
であとですね、次のバルフレア、バルフォーリー、スコーチを範囲攻撃に変更してあります。なので範囲ローテーションからも発動できるという感じになってます。はい。
And then the second point is Verflare, Verholy, and Scorch will be changed to AoEs, available as part of AoE rotations.
Oh, nice. That actually works pretty well.
防御バフの結構パーティー用のですね。はい。結構強いなと思ったんですけど、これが入って割とねサポート側によりイメージがシフトしてる感じですね。
And then the third point is a defensive party-wide enhancement will be added, which I think is pretty powerful. So you can also help
What,
out
red
in a
mage with
support
utility?
way.
Huh?
その名もアマジック。
アマジック。
アマジック。ほう。のが追加されてます。
今英語名調査中です。
まあもう出てるかな、大丈夫かな。あじゃない、バマジック。ごめんね、発音悪くて。バ。
Magic barrier.
Magic barrier. They were trying to decipher this in English. All right.
We were expecting something like "for magic" or something like that.
ですね、赤魔同士細かくいろいろ調整されてます。新魔法の追加はもちろんなんですけど、大きいのはですね、ウェポンスキルである魔法剣各種、ブラックマナ、ホワイトマナの消費量が減ってます今回。
Okay.
So with the Red Mage, there are a lot of granular changes that have updates that have been made. Of course, we have added new spells, but we have also adjusted the weapon skills and the different sort of the magic sword, the black mana and the white mana depletion amount has been reduced.
でマナフィケーションを使ったら、もうそのマナフィケーション1回分で、フルコンボまでいけるようになってるので、開幕のバーストはかなり速くなりました。はい。
And then with manification, you are able to do like one combo with it. So the burst that you can have at the start of a battle definitely is quicker.
ただまあそのままだと魔法剣の回数が上がりすぎて、
So red mage getting even more damage. As in, you know, faster chain between abilities. My goodness. Everybody's going to be playing the red mage
that
now.
Being said, if it's done as is, of course, the spell blade frequency becomes a lot. So we made it so that we adjusted the white mana and the black mana, like the increase of those two different manas.
Right? They adjusted. Wait, they adjusted.
ただマナフィケーション使うと一気に増えるし、まあ溢れさせることもないと思うので、こんな感じです。はい。
So hopefully this doesn't make it so that the spell blade frequency goes like way too much. But still with the manification, we do have the mana kind of filling up, and you should hopefully not waste the mana that is accumulated.
でですね、ステージによってまあ使いづらいというのと、まあ、フィードバックも多数あったので、ようやくかって言われるとは思ってるんですけど、デプラスマンとアンガジマンの威力が同じになったので、移動に必要かそうじゃないかで使い分けてください。
なるほど。
はい。
And then, of course, there was quite a lot of feedback about this and mention about how it's difficult to use at times. So the placement as well as engagement. The potency of these two will become the same.
他にはエンボルデンのリキャは、120秒で、マナフィケーション110秒っていう感じ。まあそこはエンボルデン変えてないですね。はい。
Then Embolden recast timer is 120 seconds, and then manification is 110. So Embolden should not have been changed.
Wait, 110? Why 110? That's a weird.
あれですよ、アンガジェマンのアクション入れなきゃいいんですよ。デプラスにこだわりがあるなら。
The people who are complaining about like what displacement and engagement and swapping between and choosing the proper one. Well, if you are particular about the placement, just use the placement then.
What?
はい。赤魔導士こんな感じでございます。
So that covers the red mage.
さあ、そして、ほぼ新ジョブになった召喚士をご紹介します。
はい。
The next up is, I think it's changed to basically a new job, and that is our summoner.
もうほぼ新ジョブだとすいません思っていただければと思います。
But again, yeah, if you could look at this from a completely new perspective, it's
All right, here we go. This is the flag job for the magical DPS. This is the one that got changed the most. Okay?
Of course,
This is
so,
it, fellas,
that
the
being said,
star.
Significant changes to job mechanics has been made.
さらにですね、ドットが全部なくなりました。
And then all actions applying damage over time will be removed.
What? Whoa!
新生14以降。
Dots are gone?
これは召喚士ではないドット士だと言われ続けておりまして、ついにドットが全部なくなります。はい。
Dots are gone.
Since A Realm Reborn, a lot of people were saying this is not a summoner, it's just a dot placer. And so we've removed it.
Wow.
はい。
Wow. My goodness, that is able to summon Ifrit, Garuda, and Titan. So we saw this, right?
Is able to summon Ifrit,
We saw
Garuda,
this.
and Titan.
The summoner has become a
ただこれで
summoner.
すね、
All right,
イ
this
フリ
is
ートルビー、
wow.
タ
It's
イ
great.
タント
This
パー
is
ス、
great.
ガル
The
ーダエメ
summoner
ラル
has
ド
indeed
と言ってですね、
became the
話
summoner.
読んじゃいけないからね、そんな気軽にね、
なるほど
OT の場合ね。なんでまあそこにその力を移して出てきてるみたいなイメージだと思ってください。はい。
But that being said, these are Ifrit Ruby, Titan Topaz, and Garuda Emerald. So we are not literally calling forth these primals, of course, because it's too dangerous in the world of 14 to be summoning primals. So
Right.
the concept is we are sort of transferring their energy, so to speak, into these different sort of jewels, so to speak, and sort of
Okay.
calling those forth.
So this is more of a lore justification for how the mechanics work instead of actual practical application. That's fine. That's fine.
召喚師本人にエーテル属性が付与されるので、その力で召喚師自体のモードが変わるようなイメージになってます。
なるほど。
By summoning these different sort of summons, the summoner, him or herself, will gain the sort of elemental ether and sort of switch into different modes.
Oh, okay. So basically the summons will feed the summon mode. I mean, that's the best explanation I can give you.
っていうイメージに沿うように今回本当に大幅に変更させていただきました。はい。
So with this update, we really tried to bring out that sort of feel of a traditional summoner.
で、
Wow, that I
流れなんですけど、まあデミ
I mean, I didn't play the summoner for long, but they're right, too many dots. This is what the summoner should have been from the get-go.
なんかもうひたすら
Alright?
ルイ打つしかねえみたいな。ルインジャー。
So I know some of you probably not going to agree with this, but I am 100% on board, especially
In terms
with
of
the coolness that we
rotation
just
or the
witnessed.
flow of the summoner. Of course, up until now, you would have called forth the Demi Bahamut, and then it goes away, and then you call forth the Phoenix, and then you have some downtime where you're just
Building it up.
or Ruin 3, or like just doing that until you've accumulated enough to summon them again.
で、デミバハムートをまず呼ぶと、属性エーテルを3つもらうので、その力を属性エーテルを使ってさっき言ったイフリート、ルビー、タイタントパス、ガルーダ、エメラルドを召喚してその属性の力でまず戦います。
And so with this updated flow, of course, you will call forth the Demi Bahamut, and then you will obtain this elemental property, so to speak, and then you will be able to summon Ifrit Ruby, Titan Topaz, Garuda Emerald, and then you would fight using the elemental properties of those different summons.
で、その後フェニックスを召喚すると、
Kind of like the
Phoenix
Phoenix, yes.
もらえるんで、
Makes
また
sense.
3種を使ってというのが一連の流れになります。
And once you've depleted those 3, and then you would call forth the Phoenix, then you would receive again 3 elemental properties, and then you are able to summon these 3. I don't want to call them primals, but they're the summons.
They are
that you
primals.
can utilize those 3 elemental properties again.
で、イフリート、タイタン、ガルーダってどの順番で呼んでもいいです。でそれぞれ召喚師に付与される特徴が違うので、ボスのタイムラインに合わせて先にこれはタイタンから行こうとか、今回はイフリートにしようとかっていうのを考える余地としての入ってます。なるほど。
And of course, we have these 3, Ifrit, Titan, and Garuda, but there's no specific order that you need to call them forth. So depending on the battle timeline, you can choose, let's say you want to do Titan first, you can do that. Or you can quickly, or you can be flexible between those 3.
Okay, so there's no specific order like a rotation to get it done. Okay.
And then also part of the adjustment was to kind of consolidate some of these actions. And so the icons that are being used in your hotbar will be quite significantly condensed because these will switch out depending on the
Oh, kind of
different
like the
actions that you
dancer.
take.
All right, cool, cool,
で
cool.
めちゃくちゃ悩んだ末に、
はい。
リザリカードを押しました。
And then so after a lot of debate and a lot of discussion, we did decide that we will keep resurrection.
They keeping the breast. Nice.
なんかめっちゃ変わったんで、めっちゃ変わった
Thank you,
のに
sir. Appreciate it.
って言われる
Right.
申し訳ないなと思ったんで、今回は首の皮一枚で怒りました。はい。
And with this significant change to summoner, and people are being, I don't know if people would be shocked with the changes, but like on top of that, having resurrection being removed, people might really get upset. So it lived by the skin of its teeth. Resurrection is still there.
フィジクさんも残っちゃいまし
All
Physic
right.
too. It's kind of stayed behind too.
た。さあじゃあもうわからんというお声が多いので、実機に行こうかなと思います。
And I'm sure people are wondering, well, I don't understand with all these words. So let's look at it on the gameplay screen.
Woo! We're getting gameplay screen, fellas. All right, here we go.
感じですね。
はい。召喚師です。サマナ。
でここでまず先にちょっとエイミラプリの話をしておいてもいいですか？
はい。
And before we dive into actual gameplay, I would like to talk about Eggy glamours, actually.
ですね、今回、まあ呼べる、
still doing it a little bit, but it's not as bad as before.
すべての召喚獣に対してまず、サイズの変更ができるようになってます。
And so, with the number of summons you can call for, we have made some adjustments, one of which is to change its display size.
ただこれあくまで自分から見た時のなので、術者というよりは周りの人がやらなきゃいけないので、それは変わってません。
But that only affects you as the person like calling forth these summons. So yeah, it only affects how you are able to view these.
So it's only affects the player that's changing, like the owner of the summon. Got it.
召喚師自身のレベルが上がっていくと、ここがイフリートエギになったりするんですけど、まあ僕はカーバンクルの方が可愛くて好きなので、これエギミラプリしてあります、カーバンクル。
あ、なるほど。
はい。
Right.
So of course, with the right now we see the carbuncle appearing on the screen, but you may be familiar as the player character goes up, this Eggy would turn into like an Ifrit, but then right now I like the look of carbuncle, so I have glamored it to a carbuncle.
Oh, so that's the actual.
まあでもそんなもんですかね。
Okay, here we go. So he's building it. There's the elementals. There's the element shards or crystals. The 3-1. The 3 of them are already there. And it's time to call them.
はい、解放されました。で、こうなるとこの3つの万神が呼べるようになります。どれからでもいいです。
And then, of course, with that, you get the elemental properties. I hope you can see it under
there. He is.
It's like 3 jewels kind of chained up, and now those have been unlocked. And so that shows that you are able to summon Ifrit, Titan, or Garuda.
で、呼び出すと、エーテルが付与されて、カウントダウンが始まります。で、2スタックのアクションが付与されているので、イフリートの技を使います。
なるほどね。
So once you call forth these elemental primals, you do get that sort of ether applied to you, and then you see that there's a 2-stack action, and so you are able to execute.
Oh, I see. I see it in the bar. Yeah.
今のはイフリートのエーテルをもらったので、詠唱時間が長い代わりに強力な炎の魔法が2発使える。あと突進と追撃っていう攻撃が、使えるようになります。イフリートのモードとして。はい。
And so we were looking at Ifrit's actions, but with the elemental properties or ether obtained from Ifrit, while cast time is long, it is a very powerful fire-based spell that you can cast. And then there's also like a rush sort of attack that you can do. And this is the Ifrit actions that is available.
でここはやっぱり詠唱が必要なアクションになってるので、ギミック処理をしなきゃいけないタイミングでイフリートを呼んでしまうとロスになるので、他のものにしましょうとか、動かなくていい時にイフリートを使うようにしようとか、そのあたりはうまく考えていただければいいかな。
So this kind of ties into what we mentioned about timelines, but with Ifrit's action,
that is very cool. I am
cast, and it's a very long cast time.
Very
so
excited for summoners right now. That is good stuff, guys.
Move, then you would lose the opportunity to cast the magic. So perhaps you'd want to time it so that you don't need to move around to process some kind of mechanic, or you'd have to be pretty mindful of when you activate these.
Is that a protect?
召喚をした瞬間インスタントで召喚するんですけど、
That was a protect.
にリコワードを一回バーンってぶっ放してはくれます。
And then, of course, when you are calling forth these summons, it's an instant, but there is usually like a starter move that it unleashes when it's first summoned.
で、まあタイタンを呼びます。
Oh, look at him! Look at Titan! Woo! So cool!
I set his size to be small, so.
で、今タイタン使えるようになったんで、こっちは。
And then you get Titan properties on your attacks. Look at that. Wow, that is very, very cool.
で、これは回数じゃなくて時間なので、もうひたすら打ちまくる。で、これはもう全部インスタントなんで移動がすごい楽です。
And with Titan's moves, it's actually interesting because it's within a time dissection that you can unleash unlimited numbers of times of his moves, and it's all instant. So you can move around and cast at the same time.
There you go. The last one, Garuda. Oh, I like that they use the actual models, you know what I'm saying? Oh, look at that. All win now. And there's the ticker. You got about 20 seconds to do as much damage as you possibly can with each of the primal aspects,
but with
so to
Garuda,
speak.
Hers is more of like a placement damage. And this is also instant, and so you can move around as well. I think Summoner does have like
it's the cast.
A good bit of
Are you kidding me?
で、フェニックスを召喚するとまた3つ付与されるので、フェニックスを使っていく感じ。
And then once you've gone through that round, and then you call forth the Phoenix, you will obtain the 3 elemental properties again, and so you can utilize these elemental primals again.
That is, my goodness, they completely changed the summoner. It's not even the same anymore, alright? It's an actual summoner. That is so cool. I bet we're gonna see a lot of summoners surging into Endwalker, alright? That is so cool. I can't stop saying it. So cool. Let's go.
必ず組み立てが必要になってくるので。
なるほど。はい。
With these 3 summons that you can do, of course, you need to utilize these in the battle timeline, or else, of course, you won't be dealing very much damage at all. Like, you can't just lean towards, oh, I like using Titan only, so I'll use Titan only, or you will not be able to deal much damage at all. So whenever you do cast your Demi Bahamut and the Phoenix and the elemental properties that you attain in between those is something that you don't want to put to waste. Make sure that you are utilizing these and sort of building your strategy so that you can utilize those three within the recast.
Babe, they reworked the summoner in a way that looks, it's so great. Oh my goodness. It's so cool.
落ちたのではないかなとは思っておりますが、当然そのドットがなくなった分はね、通常の
You can now. I'll tell you after this, but let me just say, you no longer have dots, and you are now a true Final Fantasy summoner. All right. It's so cool. I can't even.
But yeah, with the summoner, there was a lot of trial and error and a lot of debates to get it to where we got it.
They did to the summoner the same thing they did to the Barn and Evansword, but instead of being shitty, it is now amazing. Oh, and they showed the Reaper. They showed the Reaper.
Damage kind of come from the different casting of the not the spells, but like the different summons that you're bringing forth. So, and we also looked at just how mobile the summoner is, but at the same time, it is the charm of a summoner is the mobility of it. So
oh yeah, and you will be able to insta-cast your elemental aspects. Okay, you can move and shoot.
So that was another point where we had to rack our brains, but we didn't want to make it so that we're casting all the time either. I can already imagine the comments from players saying, "Oh my gosh, you're turning us into the mod page. Like you're kind of dragging us into this, Yoshida." So I wanted to avoid that as well.
さあでは、以上でキャスターでした。
はい、ありがとうございます。
では最後ヒーラーロールのお話いきましょう。
Okay, here we go. Healers. It's healer time.
まずヒーラー共通項なんですけど、各ヒーラー
It's healer time.
反対バフの付与アクションを追加しております。反対バフですね、これ。
Single target buffs. All right. Didn't we had that already?
New actions that apply single target buffs will be added to each healer, an emphasis on single target buffs.
でそれからですね、全体的にヒーラーの攻撃魔法の詠唱時間が短くなっております。
And then overall, we did reduce the cast time for offensive spells.
そしてですね、全ヒーラー待ってた、リミットブレイクの効果範囲がですね、50メートル拡大されました。
50 bombs.
Effect will be expanded to 50 yawns, and I hear Foxconn clapping.
No, cast time. Your potency is not reduced, but you will be able to cast faster as a heal.
Avoid situations where people are like, "Oh yeah, great LB, but I was not in the area."
Oh, and you can no longer LB and leave people out of it. That sucks. That means I have to gonna get rezzed. Yep. We're gonna have to watch the job action video because there's some stuff you need to watch.
New Sage job. We will be splitting it up with 2 jobs being a pure healer and then 2 jobs being barrier healers.
基本攻撃魔法の詠唱時間は軒並み 1.5 秒になってます。
And then for the offensive spells, like the primary offensive spells, they're in general going to be a 1.5 second cast time, which is pretty quick.
まあアビリティがねかなり増えてきて、アビリティを使う機会が多いので、まあグローバルクールダウンにどうしても食い込んじゃってすごい気持ち悪いストレスっていうところがあったと思うので、そこを軽減するために
Endwalker is gonna be so good. Oh my goodness! And this is just a tiny taste.
It tended to, like casting tended to sort of eat into the global cooldown time, and I'm sure people were very frustrated, or would have been very frustrated with it. So we're hoping that by sort of reducing the cast time for basic attack spells to 1.5 seconds, that would reduce the frustration and stress.
それでは白魔導士からいきましょう。はい。
Jumping right into White Mage.
白魔導士はですね、もう正当進化オブ正当進化以外の何者でもございません。効果も見た目も特徴的な、リリーを設置するという設置型の回復アクション、これ非常に便利で強力ですが追加されております。
So with the White Mage, this is just a simple update, as simple can be. Let's see, it reads a functionally and visually distinct restorative field action will be added.
Okay, so they're just gonna give him a new ability, but he's gonna follow the same train that he's been so far for the White Mage.
ホーリーのジョイ、ホーリジャだったかなが入るんで、そいつでもリリーが咲くっていう。
なるほど。
And then a higher tier for the holy spell will be added. So that will also
more holy, stronger.
で、非常に残念なお知らせなんですけど、アクアオーラさんがついに解雇されてしまいました。
Stronger.
And then one unfortunate news with the mage is that fluid aura has been relieved of its duties.
What?
あとはですね、ディバインベリゾンがチャージアクションに。
I don't have fluid anymore. I don't like you guys. I love fluid.
It would be Divine Benison will become a charge action.
白魔導士に関してはもう本当に今までの操作感のまますんなり扱えるアップデートになってると思います。
But yeah, with the White Mage, it's pretty straightforward. I think the controls will feel as it was, and it'll be a fairly smooth transition with these updates.
はい。はい。では先へ進みます。続いては先生術師です。
Moving on to Astrologian.
先生術師はピュアヒーラーに寄せることになりました。
So with the Astrologian, we are going to skew it more towards a pure healer.
ダイアナルセクトとノクターナルセクトを削除して基本的な回復アクションの性能をダイアナルセクトの時の効果に、変更してます。
Oh, okay, so
Diurnal Sect and Nocturnal Sect will be removed, and basic healing actions will be adjusted to have the same effects as they would have while under Diurnal Sect.
Okay, so basically what they're gonna do, Diurnal would be your pure heal and Nocturnal would be your shield heal, and they removed the stances and made him a pure healer with some shielding abilities.
But that being said, there is going to be an action called Neutral Sect, which while you're under its effects, there will be some barrier actions that you can use.
Okay, there it is. So you use Neutral Sect if you need extra barrier or extra shields during the fight. That's so pure healer with Neutral Sect.
We've adjusted the effects of Divination.
ディビネーションによる範囲よだめ上昇バフが、カードの引き運にすげえ左右されるっていうのが、ストレスだったので、このあたり条件を見直しています。
The effects of it was really affected by the luck of the draw, so to speak. So it has been adjusted.
通常で使えるようになるって感じです。はい。
Basically speaking, you can use it in like normal circumstances.
で、その代わり、カードシンボルに依存する効果を持つセルフバフが付与されるようになる感じです。なるほど。はい。
So while you can use it at any time, what will change is that depending on the seals used, it allows for enhancements to be applied to yourself.
で、リドローはですね、チャージアクションじゃなくて、ドローするたびに一回使えるっていうアビリティ。
I'm not sure what they're talking about here, because you could already do it, but I'm probably not thinking about the same thing they're talking about.
Redraw will become will no longer be a charge action, but it will be changed into an action where every time you draw, you can use it once. And then there will also be a change
So
to
OGCD?
minor arcana.
あとは動画にもありましたけど、回復と攻撃を結構兼ね備えた、範囲魔法が、追加されてます。
And then the other update would be, you may have seen it in the video, but there will be an AoE spell that kind of has a healing capabilities as well as an offensive element to it.
まあやっぱりちょっと ID 行くときに、まあ白魔の
Yeah, but I could already apply that to myself.
ところが結構言われていたので、今回
Unless it became just a
他のヒ
personal
ーラー
one.
にも範囲のなんだろう ID 攻略しやすい、
Sure.
ちょっとそれぞれが特徴違うんですけど、範囲を、持たせてます。
And this is kind of based on some input that we've noticed whenever people go into instanced dungeon. Holy that the white mage can use is quite strong, and so we wanted to allow for other healer jobs to have something similar. Of course, not their characteristics differ from each of the different jobs, but we did want to have some kind of AoE spell.
まあこう議論したんですよ、ここは。本当に全員にもういっそスタンをつけるかとか。
なるほど。
いやもちろんホーリーからスタンをなくすかとか。いやだけど。でもなんか
No, they were talking about the cards. That's what I'm talking about. You could already apply the card buff to yourself. Unless they're talking about divination being like a personal buff. I don't know how that's gonna work.
なるほどね。こういうニュアンスでとか結構苦労したんで、それぞれ特徴が違います。はい。
This was really quite a point of debate, actually. Like, do we want to add stun to this, or do we want to remove the stun effect from Holy, or
No.
but we don't want to like kill individuality either. But if we add stun to all of them, then it just seems to be very sloppy. So we wanted to make sure that each job had its own sort of characteristic or like a signature like difference between them. So we're hoping that when players get to try it out, they would understand, oh yeah, this is the kind of nuance that you're going for.
はい、じゃあ続いていきましょう。はい、続いては学者になります。
はい。
Here comes the scholar.
学者はですね、ここからバリアヒーラーになりますが、学者は改めてバリアヒーラーとして、調整されてます。
Shield
Of
heal.
course, we're moving into the barrier healers now, but with the scholar, we have sort of made adjustments so that they are leaning more towards that sort of barrier type healer.
まあ学者もですね、なんかこう大幅に変えるところがあるかと言われると、まあ多少ねペットの挙動をまた調整したりはしましたけど、まあ学者で今回一番でかいのは。
Leave my stand alone. Leave me stand alone.
移動速度上昇っていうバフが渡されます。
Oh no, you guys get the Peloton. He gets the Peloton.
Wasn't really much we could have changed like significantly. I mean, we did make adjustments. And part of it was changing or updating the behaviors of the pet, but I think one of the most major changes to Scholar would be a unique job action which can enhance the party's movement speed even during combat.
いやいや、当然永続じゃない。
Okay, that's better than Peloton. That is better than Peloton. In combat.
The buff is not continuous perpetually. if it's perpetual, then people are going to be like, no, must have scholar all the time.
Well, now I can yell at scholars because I don't have scholar Peloton. Where's my Peloton? Where is my Peloton? Where's my Peloton?
But you may have noticed in the video, like the scholar was running just a little faster towards the end of that job action, and that's to signify that enhancement has been applied.
まあいわゆるスプリントと同じ速度が一定時間使える。でスプリントとは重複しませんっていう感じですね。
So it's basically like sprint, where your movement speed is faster for a certain amount of time, but it will not overlap with sprint.
で他だとですね、パーティーメンバー1人を対象とした結構ね強力なバフが追加されてます。
And then another update would be there will be a fairly powerful enhancement that can be targeted to a single party member.
でちなみに今お話ししたその移動速度
Uh-oh, here we go.
されるのはどっちかというとサブ効果で範囲軽減のアビリティなんですね。それが学者に。でさらに移動速度が一定時間上がります。
なるほど。
And that new action that we mentioned earlier about quickening the movement speed of your party is actually like a fringe benefit of the action.
So
itself. It's actually
Peloton.
meant to be like a damage reduction buff that applies to like a range, an area of range.
まあスプリントとは重複しないんでね。
はい。
ここは
But of course, it doesn't overlap with sprint. So.
はい。召喚もすいません。これぐらいしか。
What does that mean?
することが
Well, is sprint can't be used. No, sprint can be used in combat.
Share.
So it doesn't stack? What does that mean?
さあそれでは、
Are you equally as fast? Is that what it is?
こちらに参りましょう。
Okay.
Last
Sage,
but not least,
let's go.
はい。
Let's go. Sage. Sage.
have our sage.
はい。でこちら、
Alright, we're gonna have to move the camera around here. Go here. No, no, wait.
So
We're
the
going
sage
this way.
possesses all the actions essential
There we
for a
go.
barrier healer.
Wait, did that thing just...
変わってるのがですね、
はい
Dude, it does change my
指定
face.
しているパーティーメンバーを回復するっていう
It's awesome.
特徴があります。
And what's really unique about the sage is that while you're
That's a good
attacking
point,
an
Bebs.
enemy, you
You're
can
probably gonna be-
specify,
you're probably right.
Or target a
Yeah,
party
you're probably
member
right.
to heal at the same time.
あとは回復とか回復用のリソースと攻撃用のリソ
So
ース
shield healer?
まあ今回
Nice.
まあジョブハット出ると思いますが。
And then it draws upon unique resources for healing and enhancements, as well as attack magic. As you can see in the job HUD example here.
これがですね、じゃあ
はい
ちょっとまあ味方一人をまず指定して、メインでヒールする対象を選ぶ、でかつ敵を攻撃するとまあ対象にヒールも走るよっていう
Uh-oh.
特徴がありますまず。
I touched it.
So again, to reiterate, you would designate a party member to sort of heal, and then as you attack your enemy, then whomever you designated will receive healing.
Oh, it's kind of like the Astro Synergy, but instead giving heals to the guy that you pick for Synergy by healing other members, you heal them by kicking the ass of surrounding mobs. I'm okay with this.
Cardia. Oh, I'm sorry. Cardia, and then you would typically, I think it would work well if you specify like your main tank, off tank, as your sort of designated person to heal.
特定のアクションを使うと、
Wow, that
一
is
つのアクシ
it's
ョン
very
が、
specific.
単に攻撃魔法だったのが、ドット付与に切り替わったりっていうちょっと変わった動作をするものもあります。
And then there's another unique characteristic where sometimes an action that you execute might be like when you're hitting somebody, an enemy, it turns into a dot also, like a damage over time.
で、時間経過で付与されるアダーガルっていうリソースを消費してインスタントバリアヒールも豊富にございます。
And then there is a resource that the sage uses, which is the Adder's Gall, that kind of accumulates over time so that you can execute your instant barrier heals.
あとはイカロスっていう動画でも飛んでた移動アクションがあるんで、まあ、テクニカルバリアヒーラーって感じですね、イメージ。
And then in terms of like a gap closer or like a movement type action, we have Icarus. You may have noticed in the video that the sage is kind of flying. So it's kind of positioned as a technical barrier healer.
これね、ちょっと実機でも説明難しいんだけど、一応出してみる？一応出してみるか。
So explaining this like even on the gameplay screen might be a bit complex, but I guess we should try it.
Oh, we're gonna watch some gameplay again.
Yes, please.
Let's do it. Show us. Show me the gameplay. Show me the money. Show me the money.
おい。
こんな感じですね。
That is cool. That is very cool.
賢者です。It's Sage.
What you told me, babe?
ここだけ見るとゲームがわからなくなる、ね。
Oh yeah, gap close. That's right. I forgot to tell you. You totally nailed it. They put a gap close there on healers for no reason. No reason whatsoever. You guys are casters. You don't need it. But there it is. Right? You win.
こだわりましたんで。
確かに。
Gap closer. Take
Particular
her.
about how these
Gap cover.
enemies are sheathed.
結構多いっすよ、アクション。
There's quite a lot of actions available.
で、まずこのカルディアっていうアクション、まあ特徴的なんですけど、これを使ってまず誰を主に回復するかっていう、まあパートナーっていう言い方だとちょっと語弊があるのかもしれないですけど、まあ指定をしていく必要がある感じです。
Okay, here we go.
So, going back to Cardia, this is quite unique, and so you'll be designating whom you want to heal. It might not be fully accurate to call it partner, but I mean you're pointing out, you're designating somebody you will be healing.
So it's like synergy plus dance partner together. Okay.
So now set to me.
We'll go together.
We'll try attacking.
ヒールが走ってます。
すごい SF 感がすごいです。
So as you are attacking, because I designated myself, as I land an attack, the heal kicks in to heal me.
Holy shit. That is OP, bro. That is OP. I mean, how much healing we're talking here, because they're basically
A lot of
like,
people commenting on the sound effect, the sound effect, the sound effect. How does it sound to you? Does it sound sci-fi enough for you?
it sounds Gundam-y. That's what it sounds like. It sounds Gundam-y.
It was quite surprising when I heard it when I was doing my checks.
そしてですね、このエウクラシアというアクションを使うと、技がね一気に変わったりします。今単純な攻撃魔法でしたよね。 これがアクション使うとモードが変わって、
Okay, what is that?
So the one which we were talking about where an attack turns into something that can place a dot, that would be the Eucrasia. So once you cast that, an attack
there
changes
you
into
go.
something that would allow for damage over time.
That's why he keeps clicking off. And that becomes a dot. There it is. 30-second dot. What the hell is that? Is that a barrier? That look like a barrier. That's a barrier.
技を変更して。
なるほど。
So it kind of augments the different actions that the sage can cast.
Look at that. That's cool. So this is the other shield healer. Okay, we got Astro and White Mage, pure heals, nuclear. And you got shield heals, Scholar, and Sage.
Augmented and changed.
いや、使いこなしてもらえれば面白さは保証するんですけど。
I think it might take a bit to master, but once you do get the hang of it, it is quite fun.
ヒーラーをソロで説明するのは難しいです、ね。
非常に難しいです。
Yeah, it looks tough to explain healers.
私。
I mean, so
はい。
when you are solo.
Yeah, he's
Very
right.
true.
It is tough to explain to a healer if you don't have anybody to heal.
コメントは
He actually has pretty good
全然あれなん
English.
ですよね。
I
SE
was,
と
I didn't think he, I didn't know he knew how to speak it.
For some reason.
The comments are filled with, oh, the sound effect, or it's.
Oh
like
yeah,
Gundam.
for sure. If they well, he's the only healer that does that. So we're talking about maybe
まあというわけで
multiple.
本当テクニカルバリアヒーラー
multiple hits on the
ちょっと今までとやっぱ
tank.
り本当にまた違ったタ
I
イプ
think it comes really on the tail end because most healers prefer to damage and just OGCD heal.
ぜひですね
So the Sage has a response to that, but you'll have to be a shield heal. You can't be pure. You know what I'm saying? Like the shield heal does more DPS than the pure healer. Because the shield heal is there for the holes and the shields. That's it.
In any case, the Sage is definitely a technical barrier healer, and I think it's worth sort of mastering the skill set that the Sage brings to you, and then of course
Also,
we have the
he's
Reaper
wearing
joining
the
melee
Next Ultimate
DPS, both
t-shirt.
having very unique
Perfect
mechanics,
Alexander.
very characteristic, and it
Wait,
very unique. So we hope
no,
people
that's the
will,
last one. My
enjoy
bad.
this and try it out when it comes out.
はい、ありがとうございます。Thank you very much. そうします第1部、ジョブ関連調整パートはこの辺でという。
そうですね。
Oh, he's reading the comments
So
on
this
YouTube.
concludes the first part of today's letter life, the job adjustments.
Yes.
いやいやいやいや、ここまでで第1部ですよ。
第1部です。
We're just barely done with the first part.
あと2部あんで。
あと2番。
So we have 2 more parts after this.
大丈夫、
はい、
大丈夫です。
はい。
では第2部に行く前に、ここで一旦休憩にしましょう。改めて休憩を挟みたいと思います。で、ここまでいろいろご説明しましたので、ここで改めて、休憩のお供にですね、ジョブアクション動画を改めて流します。なので自動的に、休憩は20分休憩です。はい。なので今の情報を改めて 頭の中で整理しながら、
はい。
改めて序盤アクションとか見ていただければと思います。
はい。
So before going to the second part, pattern adjustments, we want to take some break. And then for this break, we will replay the job action video again. So with the explanation for each job in mind, please check the job action video. So the length of the break this time will be the 20 minutes.
20-minute break. All right.
それでは改めてビデオを見ましょう。So let's check the video.
どうぞ。
All right, guys. I'm gonna. I'll be right back.
はい、戻ってまいりま
はい戻って
した。
まいりました
ファイナルファンタジー14第66回プロデュースされたライブをお送りしております。So, welcome back. Yeah, we are back. Now we are running the Final Fantasy 14 Letter from the Producer Live number 66, explaining the lots of new features for our next expansion Endwalker. はい、ということで、ここから第2部をお送りしていきたいと思いますが、
はい
よろしいでしょうか。
最初にですね、前半のちょっとフォローが1個あってですね、
はい
召喚師のエギミラプリの話をレベルが上がるとカーバンクルが他のエギになっていくので、姿をカーバンクルに戻したりできますよっていう話をしたと思うんですけど、ごめんなさい、あれ逆で、
あ
カーバンクルがもう全基本にいて、これにイフリートエギミラプリをしたりとか、
なるほど
姿を変えられます。すいません、もう召喚は何度もちょっとひっくり返してきてたんで逆に覚えてましたということなので、まあいずれにせよミラプリできますっていう話。
For the second part of the
Apologies. We
PLL.
wanted to clarify or make a correction on something that we had mentioned in the first half, where we were talking about the summoner and the Eggy. But we mentioned earlier about how once you level up, your Eggy turns into like Ifrit and whatnot. I actually had it backwards. Apologies. It's Carbuncle is the base form, and then you can glamour it to look like Ifrit, etc. So apologies for that.
Oh, good. It's not really a big deal of a mistake, really.
ではここからは第2部といたしまして、
はい
バトル関連調整をご紹介いただきたいと思います。
今までのはバトル関連調整じゃなかったんかいっていう
So
感じです、
from now on, now we want to explain battle adjustments.
Ooh, battle adjustments. Let's
More
go.
jobs also adjustments, I guess.
Could be.
さあ行きますよ。まずは1個目どうぞ。まずレイドファインダー、霊式コンテンツのレイドファインダーのマッチングに調整が入ります。こちらです。今回ヒーラーがピュアヒーラーとバリアヒーラーに分かれるということで、マッチングのアルゴリズムをピュアヒーラーとバリアヒ
One
ーラー
pure
で
healer and one barrier healer. Oh, they're making the
So
distinction.
first up is the Raid Finder. We are going to be making adjustments for the matching system or the algorithm to accommodate for sorting out the barrier healers and the pure healers.
そしてですね、他はやってないですね。他はどっちになってもクリアできるぐらいの難易度なので、はい。で、ごめん、いいよ、どうぞ。はい。
The rest, there hasn't been very much of a change. There's really not much of a need to like sort the different the other ones.
Okay, so they're gonna do the distinction between shield heal and pure heal. That's good. I like it. Quality of life.
これ以上細かく条件を割るとマッチングが伸びすぎてダメなんですよ。なので、まあこれ以上細かくであればパーティー募集を使ってください。ぜひ。はい。
I do see some comments mentioning about how they are wondering about, well, what about other sort of sorting and like categorization? But if we add more conditions to the different raid finder, like party composition algorithm, so to speak, it's going to lengthen the time it would take for a party to be matched up. So if you want to be very granular about who joins the party, it might be best to go to the party finder.
Right.
さあ、ではそのパーティー募集の続いてアップデートのお話でございます。
Next up is updates made to the party finder.
Ooh, party finder
まず
stuff.
パーティー募集に出すときにヒーラー枠をピュアヒーラーとバリアヒーラーでもちろん分割できるようになっております。
Okay, so same thing.
So of course, with the party finder too, the healer category will be split between pure and barrier healer.
で
Nice.
さらにですね、よくこうなんかいろいろ揉める原因にもなってたところなんですけど、参加条件にですね、今回コンプリート済みでかつ修正源を今週まだ受け取ってないよっていうのを追加しました。
はい。
And the second point kind of ties into some of the discourse, so to speak, or like arguments that may happen, which is in order to mitigate it, and that is a new option for players who have yet to receive weekly completion rewards will be added to the participation conditions.
なので、
Okay, what does that mean?
もう今週断賞でいいですと。助けてくださいと。今週クリア済みの方でもいいので参加くださいっていう時は、この参加条件これ入れなければ、そういうマッチングになる、募集になるって感じですね。はい。
So if people are okay with just receiving the tokens, then and they don't mind not having the weekly completion reward, then you would not need to like specify to this option.
それからですね、続いて、ジョブ重複制限で、
So if you're there for farm, you can specify that.
僕も
That's what I'm getting from
参加
it.
するときにやってたんですけど、これも検索からも出なくなります。このチェックボックス入ってると。
So search results will no longer include parties you cannot join due to the one player per job requirement. This was actually something that Yoshida also got stuck on sometimes in some of his stroll broadcasts with this whole one player per job requirement.
So he's taking it out. Right. Makes sense.
このお知らせでした。さらに進めていこうと思います。
はい、お願いします。
So moving forward.
コンテンツ報酬のちょっと調整を行っております。それがこちらです。
We made some duty reward adjustments.
武器がドロップすると滅戦、もともとね、武器直ドロップ1個あったと思うんですけど、まあ、ジョブが増えたということ
with
が
weapon drops will not drop a weapon coffer an additional
ジョブのランダムの武器1個ドロップするのは変わらず、それ以外にもう1個、開ければその開けたジョブの
it'll make farming much easier. That's for sure.
So trials with weapon drops will now drop a weapon coffer in addition to the original weapon reward.
Wow.
What this means is, of course, with the dungeon loot, of course, when a weapon drops, it's randomized. And with so many jobs being added to the roster, of course, we will keep that original sort of direct drop, as we called it, of a weapon. But we will also add a coffer that will allow for whatever weapon of the person who opens the coffer will get as like an addition.
That's good stuff.
この調整をですね、次のページに行っていただいて、どうぞ。まあ、3.x までの高難易度レイドの4層にも、これを全部適用していくことに今回細かく、はい、徹底させてもらいました。
And so this will apply. The fourth turn of high-end raids released up through 3.x will now drop a weapon coffer in addition to the original weapon reward.
So that goes for raids too?
なので武器1個と必ずチェストと出るので、まあ運良ければその場にいる2人が武器ゲット出せってなる感じですね。
Coils Bahamut, Coils Bahamut Savage, Alexander Savage.
Drop, and then the coffer, it should, if you're lucky, 2 people will be able to obtain a weapon of the weapon that they want in a particular high-end raid.
So this is good for glams.
4.x までの高難易度レイドで
Will now drop gear and accessories on the form of coffers as in Eden Savage.
And the second one says, high-end raids released up through 4.x will now drop gear and accessories in the form of coffers.
Nice.
Originally, these were also like a randomized direct drop, but we're changing these to a coffer.
なので全て同じ仕様に今回統一して過去のコンテンツも改めて報酬のドロップテーブルを変えてですね、チェストを作って、まあ、同じルールでね、いけるように、しておきました。
So we tried to even out and try to make it the same across the board, and then sort of revisited the drop table of past content as well, so that we can add that sort of coffer to these different content.
ですね、まあ以上がだいたいコンテンツ報酬関係の調整で、続いていきましょう。はい。ですね、HUD レイアウトに、バトル関連でさらにちょっと大きなアップデートがあります。
So we covered the different reward updates. Next up is adjustments made to the HUD.
Alright.
HUD stuff. トリガーバフっていう新しい呼び方をしてるんですけど、トリガーバフってなんだよっていうと、今までプロックって呼んでた。プロックで付与されてるバフのことです。
So what are we talking about?
We will be able to identify a trigger buff, or English says conditional enhancements. Sorry, basically like procs that are applied.
So does it just get highlighted in a different way?
ファイガプロックとかサンダガプロックとか。はい、で今まで、現状ではですね、バフとデバフとその他バフって3つに分離できるんですけど、今回そのプロックトリガーバフも分離可能になるので、自分で管理して目の届きやすいところにそれだけ切り離して持っていくっていうことができるようになります。
Apologies, the example is Black Mage again, but with the Fire 3 proc and the Thunder proc, it's beneficial sometimes to separate it out from the different like buffs that you may have, just so that you have that indicator. So we are now able to sort of split out enhancements, enfeeblements, and then now we will have the proc or the conditional enhancements.
Oh, okay, I get it. As the enfeeblements are on the right side and enhancements are on the left. And the proc ones are going to be in another place. So further categorization. Oh, that's what it says. Got it.
いつもの通り表示サイズを大きくしたりっていうのもできるので、ぜひ皆さんまたこだわりの UI に役立てていただければと思います。
With being able to separate out just the procs that show up or the conditional enhancements, you can, for example, place it near your job HUD or your job gauge so that you can just look to one section to identify
that's actually a pretty good idea.
Buffs that have been applied on a proc sort of basis.
That is a really good idea.
Because you can adjust the elements that you have in the separated sort of display. You can also change the display size as well if you want it to be more like prominent on the screen.
Nice. That's good stuff.
まあこれかなりね、もう助かる人多いんじゃないかなって気がします。見逃さないように。はい。
We're hoping that this would be very beneficial and would help people who do want to keep those like separated or keep track of them separately.
Yeah.
で、
For sure.
続いてなんですけど、グラウンドターゲットの利便性
I mean, it really depends on the job at that point, you know. But yes.
Next up is improved ground targeting functionality.
ですね、キャラクターコンフィグにこれ、今までの挙動の方が好きだったっていう方もいると思うので、はい、キャラクターコンフィグって選べるようにしてあります。まず設定を新たに項目追加してます。
So I'm sure people still prefer the current ways. So we made it so that it is selectable.
New settings
added. We basically added it as a new setting in the character configuration menu.
How does it work though? Press action button again to place target circle.
ターゲットアクションを一回押すとグラウンドターゲットマーカー出るし、はい、そのアクションボタンをもう一回押すとその置いてある場所にもう即実行されるっていう形になるんで、パッドはかなり。
So it looks like the main thing is that if the circle gets out of range, the cursor doesn't move anymore.
Include, let's see, press action button again to place target circle. So basically, say you wanted to activate a ground target related action, you can just press the same button again to confirm that this is where you want to place the
so like a double tap.
I think people using the controller might have a smoother time setting their ground target.
and this is all optional. This particular feature that's optional. Because I'm pretty sure that the peeps that play on PC with mouse and keyboard, they're not gonna switch over.
確認中。
I mean, why would they, right? I mean, it's mouse and keyboard. That thing's like handy.
このワールドメディアツアー2021には実装されてるのか
To do is implemented on this media tour server.
ちょっと待って
はい。
Sorry, one moment.
あれなんですよ。今普段吉田さんが開発とチェックしている
Having
最新状態のものとは
technical
ま
difficulties.
た
So
違
good,
う
guys.
バージョンのメディア
We'll
ツア
get
ー
there.
専用ワールドが今日使ってるところなんですけど、そこに果たしてこのモードがあるのかどうかを今確認しておりますっていう複雑な状態です。
あれ
Yeah, so this server is special.
あったぜ
Setup dedicated
Ooh.
to the media tour 2021. So he's checking if this mode is available on this version. And then 見つけました。
ちょっと待ってね動作するかだけ
So they might show us how it actually
On
works
something. And
if it's
and then now
enabled
he's
on their media
confirming
tour
if
server.
these are working as desired. So
いやちょっと待ってデバッグコマンドも違うんだったちょっと待って
The debug menu.
Pull in the debug menu, right?
あ大丈夫ちょっと待ってよリキャストこれリキャストリセット使えないんだって
Oh, no, we can't.
まあじゃあちょっと待ってよはいじゃあ実機ってもらって大丈夫です
じゃあゲーム画面お願いします。
Okay, looking at the game screen.
Okay, he's looking for it right
キャラ
now.
クターコンフィグの中の操作設定で、ターゲットの中にここにグラウンドターゲット設定っていうのがあります。でここにグラウンド GT ア
Oh,
クシ
there
ョン
it
の有
is.
効範囲内でのみ操作可能にする。
うん
でこれは
That's the
さっき
option.
パワポの2行目にあった、そのアクションの、グラウンドターゲットできる距離より、カーソルがもう奥へ行かないなので最も遠いところっていうのが取りやすくなる。
はい
いやもうすっげえ行っちゃってそこじゃねえもっと手前ってやらなくて済む。でそれだけを、オンにしたりオフにしたりっていうのもできるし、グラウンドターゲット中に、もう一回同じアクションをしたらもうその場で実行するみたいなこれ両方分かれてるんで、
はい。
これまあ
Ah, it's cool that they put GT like ground targets.
一旦やって
All right, so he enabled both of them.
失礼します
So we
The
go into
double
the,
tap one and the one that doesn't
configurations,
go
and it should
beyond
be
the
under
range.
Controls, I believe. But there should be a section where you can set your ground target options. So there are two that is going to be available. One is the aforementioned hitting the action button one more time will place the ground target wherever or will confirm the placement of the ground target. And then the second one was it prevents the cursor from going beyond the ground target range. So sometimes there might be an instance where the cursor is like way in the background and you're like, oh, wait, I don't want a ground target that far back. You can set the configuration so that it stays within the bounds. And so it allows for you to get like the most optimal, like furthest distance through turning this function on.
ごめんね、英語 UI で出してあげたかったんだけど私が間違うとあれなんでごめんなさいね。ここにあります。はい。
Apologies. The UI is in Japanese. We wanted to make sure that we set the correct settings. So it's in Japanese at this time, but it will be available on this particular part of the character configuration menu.
でこの状態でもうこれ以上いかないです。わかります？
So with the ground targets kind of bound within that sort of ground targeting range, I hope you can tell, but the furthest it can go is sort of restricted. So it doesn't go too far back, like it doesn't clip into the building or whatever.
Yeah, you can see the mouse console can go further, but the
Oh yeah,
ground
there you
target
go.
itself
See?
won't. I mean, will stop at a certain point.
Yep, it doesn't go farther than the range. So that's option 2.
これはいいです。わかりやすい。
で、この状態でもう一回アクション実行すると。
And option 1. So yeah, this works especially for the ninja. Yeah, that's pretty good. Because if you play a ninja on with a controller, you need a little bit of practice to use your gap
自動的に
closer.
一番遠いとこまで行ける。
まあ別にこの辺ターゲットしてても
And at this point, you can
ま
just
あ一番
click
遠くま
to
で来たら
enable and click to go.
一番遠いとこしてる。
Makes it faster. I mean, this
Of course, you
would be a
can,
good move.
Place the mouse cursor where you want to go directly, but then if you just want to go as far as you can, then you can just set the cursor to somewhere like close to off screen so that it automatically kind of stays within that target range, but it doesn't go beyond what is available.
That's cool. I like it. I think that's a really valid option for console players.
あれ襲撃がないって書かれた。
So I tried to use the ninja here, and they've noticed something is missing.
まあなくなってはいない。
Assassinate is not gone.
なくなってはいない。
It's not
Hi.
going forward.
さあ、じゃあグラウンドターゲットはこんな
はい。
ところですね。はい。
So that covers ground targeting.
Uh-oh. Something happened.
じゃあグラウンドターゲットのアップデートは以上で、続いていきますね。
はい
続いてはですね、パーティーメンバーの詠唱中ター
Not
ゲット表示。
really
まあこれだけを見ると
something
なんだかわかんないので
for
出
PC
しちゃい
players
ましょ
though.
はい。
う。今、ごめんなさい。あゆみさんちょっと待
Easy
って
to discern which target your allies are attacking.
パーティーリストの中で、詠唱バーでどの敵を攻撃してるかとか、
Like
どの味
targets
方誰を
target?
蘇生してるかっていうのが判別しやすく今回なってます。
So this is display party members target when casting, and it's kind of weird to explain it with just this header, but if you look at the check mark, it makes it easier to discern which target your allies are attacking or reviving.
まあ、例えばこの表示に出てるパーティーリストだとまあ例えば左のスク
I
リ
mean,
ー
you
ン
would
だと
think you would have the
モンスターの
target
C
there.
番目の、
はい、
ヘイトリストに対応しているので、その人に対して今詠唱攻撃詠唱を唱えてますよっていうのが左のスクリーンですね。
So it'll show you which number or letter the person or the target is. So in the screen cap on the
Oh,
left side,
Okay.
it shows you are casting glare at enemy C. So whatever's on the aggro list, enemy number C, is being targeted.
Oh, okay. Yeah,
で
makes sense.
右側ですが今1番パーティーナンバー1番の、白魔導士がレイズをかけているのはパーティーリストでいう2番目の、プレイヤーに対して
So
レイズを
tiny
かけ
though,
ますよっていうのが
minimal.
この意味ですね、レイズ。
But yeah, it makes sense once they explain it.
And then the screen grab on the right shows that party member number 1, the white mage, is casting rays to number 2, which you can see is the paladin in that.
Nice.
ちょっと別アライアンスが厳しい。
Well, that way the healers don't have to say that they have bottom or top. I mean, they should, but in
Now,
the
this only applies
PF,
to parties, and I'm afraid it doesn't work on alliances just yet. We'll try to think of something that would make it easier to discern.
oh, it just
but,
applies to 8-man.
For now, it's party members.
Wait, like 4-man parties, light parties, not 24 men.
敵の名前が、ね、
敵の名前が出てると思うんですけど、あそこに A、B、C、D ってあるんで、それだと思ってください。はい。
So
左
people are
の
wondering,
リストはだからパーティーリストメンバーじゃないですね。グレアなんで。
はい。
はい。
And so just to clarify, the one on the left is when you are attacking an enemy. So it's not necessarily your party member. As you can see, the letters should correspond to whatever enemy list that you have.
Right.
Usually it's like a name and then the alphabet that follows. So it's that letter at the end.
Right. So if you're attacking like 3 gremlins, you have A, B, and C, and he's attacking the third one, it would say glare
what about
C.
swift cast? Well, that's instant, so I'm sorry, there's not enough time to display whom you're casting.
Yeah, instant cast. Instant cast.
誰が誰を
That's not
今ターゲットしてるのかっていうのを出さなきゃいけない
Yeah, I
から
don't think you can
もの
do
すごい
much
勢いで
with
ターゲッ
instant
ト変えるん
cast.
で、それはね、ちょっとさすがに無理ですね。はい。
That one, you would have to show like which one is being targeted very quickly. So I'm afraid we.
Even
won't be
if
able
they
to keep
put
up
that
with
on the
that
raid
system,
frames,
so
to
it's
be
not
honest,
applicable.
the insta casts, you would never have time to see it.
あ、もろもろ
It's just
今
not feasible.
2の人
It's
に
literally
蘇生してる
instant.
から
I mean, I don't know what
やべ
else to
俺
say.
かぶったから蘇生キャンセルしよう、栄唱キャンセルしようって言ったら、
俺も
俺がキャストしたのを見て、あ、そっちかけてくれるんだったら俺はっつってどっちも
そうです
わっていうことはあるかなとは思います。
Now you might also have to be mindful because now you'll be able to discern like, oh, this person is casting rays on party member number 2.
Yeah,
And
that's what I was
say
saying.
Yoshido is trying to cast rays, and then Foxclon is also trying to cast rays, and they realize, oh wait, it's the same person. Oh, maybe I should cancel. And nobody ends up casting the rays, so you might want to be careful on that end also.
だから一度先に栄唱し始めたら、
すごい
ガンと強い心で。
So if you know you're the first one who's casting like a raise or a cure of sorts,
I mean,
don't be faltered.
that
Don't
still
falter.
should be
Keep your
communication.
casting.
はい、パーティーメンバーの栄唱中ターゲット表示は以上でした。
はい
続いてはですね、戦闘不能時の、0% になってしまったヒットポイントバーっていうのを今回表示するようにしました。
Next up, health bars will be displayed even when incapacitated.
What? Why?
ですね、これ
What?
今までヒットポイントバーを常に表示っていう状態にしてたら、
Always display setting, but will now be the
初期設定のヒッ
case
トポイント減
using
少
it
中の
when
場合でも
HP is
こ
below.
の倒れてる人
Oh,
のヒットポイントバーがブランクで見えるようになる。
So you can't leave the
So, of course,
HP
with
out
the,
of your HUD.
The health bar, you when it's set to, I believe the default is to show the health bar, but there is a. I'm sorry, it's the other way around. When you set the health bar to show all the time, then regardless how much HP is left, you will always see the health bar. But there, with the default option of only display when HP is below 100%, it doesn't necessarily show when the HP is completely gone. So with this update, whenever somebody's incapacitated, their health bar will show up as like a blank gauge.
これはですね、コン
Like
テン
an
ツ
empty
上で
bar,
ですね、
but with
キャ
the
ラクターが倒れて
an empty bar
見
with
逃してし
the
まうこ
with the
とがあって
borders.
ありますね。
蘇生されずにみんな行ってしまったおーいってなる。まあこれ気づけないほど同化しちゃう場合はやっぱあるんで、これによってここに命を絶たれたプレイヤーがおりますというのが、分かるようになるので、多分ね気づいてないからレイズできてないっていうのがあったりするんで、これを対応すると見やすくなるんで、ぜひ辻レイズをバンバンしてあげたりしてください。
So this was in order to combat situations where players are incapacitated during a particular content and they just lay there and nobody wants to or nobody notices them being KO'd. And there are times where people finish a duty and they're like, okay, we're done, we're gone.
That
And
happens a
then you
lot
have a
in
party member
Baja and
still on the
Zadnor.
ground
I mean,
and
I
wondering,
guess
oh, but
that would.
raise, please. praise, please, everybody go on. So we try
I
to make
guess
it
that would
easier
work,
for people to
but
discern
it would have to
their
be like an
lies.
absolute thing. Because if
So-and-so
it's just for
friend
people
who
on your
had
party,
fought
you're still gonna
valiantly
go
but
unnoticed.
is now
But if
KO'd,
it is like
so that people will notice and cast their
health
raise.
bars will be displayed even when incapacitated. It
で
doesn't say, it doesn't
続いて
specify that's the
はどっち
party,
かと
so
いう
I'm
とお知
gonna
らせなんで
assume
すけ
that
ど、
it
ちょっ
does
と
that for everybody.
6.0での現透滅戦なんですけど、一
Oh
回ちょっと封鎖
no!
をさせてください。
So next is more of an announcement than anything.
Oh
but,
no, they're
we
taking
would like
Unreal
to,
away.
Temporarily close off or remove the Unreal trials.
っていうのもですね、まずレベル今、90のバランスをめちゃめちゃ取ってるんですよ。全体バランスを。
はい、
で、そのレベル90の着地どころってギリギリまで調整するので、それからじゃないとやっぱり調整できないんですよね。過去のそのバトルって。なのでちょっと一回そのままとりあえずリバーを開けとけばっていう意見もあったんだけどいやただでさえ今長いのにちょっとなんかいくらなんでもなんでちょっと一回封鎖をさせてください。はい。
The reason why is because with the raise the level cap, we still want to continue making adjustments to the overall balance of the different jobs, and we would like to adjust it as long as possible up until the last minute. So before we can attempt sort of
Okay, guys,
updating
I need to go get a drink. I'll be right back.
The upcoming level cap. I think we still need to kind of see where our standard content kind of works out with this new level cap and the overall balance. Some of you may say just leave Leviathan open, but it's been a while. It's been a long while, so I think it's just better to close it off temporarily.
で、再開の時期としては 6.1 から、新しいゲームコンテンツに、変えて再開していこうと思います。はい。
And so we will resume, we plan to resume from patch 6.1 with new content.
まあ何なのか
なんでしょうね。
ある手とか、姉さん同士とかね、いろいろ候補はございますね。はい。
There are many candidates that we would consider a certain alta or maybe some. Yeah, many candidates we can think of.
はい。それではさらに続けて今度は帯防具いよいよ排出停止が、60迫ってまいりましたので、はい、詳細にお伝えしておきましょう。
Next up is the belt and the removal of said.
まず帯防具はすべて排出停止で装備できなくなります。
So belts will no longer be equipable or obtainable via duties and item exchanges.
そしてですね、皆さんは基本的に何もしなくて大丈夫です。装備中、もしくはアーマリーチェストに入ってる帯防具、それからリテーナーが装備している帯防具っていうのは、すべて我々、データベースを直接調整してですね、遺失物管理人にすべて預けておきますので、リストから後ほど 6.0 リリース後に、選んで回収できるので、皆さんは特に、やることはどうしてもこれをやっといてくれみたいなのはないです。はい。
But with the discontinuation of belt equipment, there really isn't much that you need to do in preparation for it. Anything that was equipped on your character or has been in the armory chest, or if the retainer was holding on to it for you, will all be transferred over. The developers will be handling it on the back end via the database, and we would directly update it so that it'll be given to the Calamity Salvager. So if you want to retrieve them, you can go to the Calamity Salvager and pick it out from a list and retrieve it there.
Why though? If we can't equip them.
で、装着済みのマテリアとか製作品の名はそのまま残るので、マテリアを外すのは後でも大丈夫です。はい。
and all other belts will remain in your inventory as is, and any sort of materia that were affixed or signatures on crafted belts will remain as is. So you don't necessarily have to rush to remove the materias.
そしてですね、エウレカをやり込んでた皆さんが気にされるスピードベルトなんですけど、代替品となる指輪を実装します。
Oh,
and for those
nice.
who have been grinding on the Eureka content, may be wondering about the speed belt that was obtained through this. That will be replaced with a substitute. A ring will be serving as a substitute for the speed belt.
まあ頑張ってね、取っていただきましたんで。6.0 以降に代替品と交換可能になるので、スピードベルトは捨てずにちゃんと取っておいてください。はい。
So you can exchange it for this substitute item. I know you worked really hard to obtain the speed belt. So once 6.0 releases, you will be able to exchange it for a ring that is equivalent. So please do not throw away your speed belt.
That would suck. You just throw the speed belt away, and then they're like, "Oh, you can exchange it for a ring." Now I gotta have to regrind it. Not great. Not
左から
great.
先に出して、一気に出すとわけわかんなくなっちゃうんで、まず 6.0 前でしかできないのが、左側に並んでます。マテリア生成。だからこれ連成度100のベルトがあるならマテリア生成はしといた方がいいと思います。で、マーケットの出品とか購入、あとリーブへの納品、あとグランドカンパニー、軍需品調達への納品とか、こんな、あとチェストをなんか霊式結構言ってて、帯のチェストそのまんまだったわみたいなやつは開けないともう使えなくなっちゃうので、これは気をつけてください。
So we're summarizing here. On the left side is available only before patch 6.0 or the expansion. So if we want to extract materia or like create materia out of belt equipment, you can only do that before Endwalker is released. Buying and selling of the belt equipment on the market board, turning it into different leaves, etc. Also for coffers, those who go to different raids and realize that they have like belt coffers, you won't be able to use those after the expansion releases, so you might want to take care of that.
ちなみに一番下で中身が帯防具のみのチェストなので、帯と他が1個になってるみたいなのもあるんですけど、それは帯だけ出てこないです。で、これはもう開けられないので、帯防具のみのチェストはそこは気をつけてください。
And just a disclaimer, with these coffers, there are different types where it's just the belt equipment or a coffer that has a belt and something else. Because belts will be discontinued, coffers that only contain a belt will not even be able to be opened. It's like defunct at that point. But if it's a coffer that contains something else with a belt, only the belt will be discontinued. So you'll still get the whatever it was paired with or included in the coffer, but just not the belt.
どうしましたか？おめでとうでたまたま。
I mean, that would suck, right? If it was like, so the belt disappears, but for instance, if you're getting
the
them,
being removed, the pants are going to fall down, and then just caught Yoshino's eyes.
ベルトなくなるからな。
For sure, all the belts holding up your different pants are gonna go away, huh?
そしてですね、6.0 になってからでもできること、帯防具に対してできることがこちら。つけてあったマテリアを 6.0 になってからでも回収はできます。あとショップに売却することもできます。で、分解してしまうこともできますし、グランドカンパニーの希少品調達への納品は可能です。あと捨てることも可能です。
And now for what you can do even after the launch of Endwalker is if you, for example, had affixed some materia on your belt, then you can retrieve those. You can also go to shop vendors, not the market board, but the shop vendors to sell off these belts. You can also do synthesize. You can also do expert delivery turn-in. Of course, you can throw it away also.
Wait, so you can't use them, but they're still gonna be part of the left quest? That's weird. What? No, that's...
We're singing.
Available after patch 6.0. Material retrieval, sale to shop vendors. Decent expert delivery turn-in. Oh, okay, that's basically discarding, because this is like for the your GC.
So whatever you had up on the market boards will not be searchable after the expansion has launched. So if you had anything up listed in the different market boards, you might want to take them down.
今 BGM シャドウリンガーズにしたら
I mean, that makes sense, because leave turn-ins would be a repeatable that you would have to be crafting them, and you probably can't craft them anymore.
続いてこれもねずっとお伝えしてきたんですけど、今日の実機見ていただいたやつもすでにそうなってますけど、デノミネーションについてです。はい。
Oh, sorry. We looked at the game screen, and you may have already noticed some of the numbers being sort of compacted, but we want to explain the downscaling again.
まずレベル50からレベル80までの装備パラメータの上昇幅を今回ギュッと圧縮させていただいてます。
So the difference in gear attributes from level 50 to 80 will be reduced.
さっきクライアントでも見ていただいたように敵味方自分も敵もヒットポイントの最大量とかダメージの最大値とかっていうのがギュッと一回圧縮されて小さい数字になります。
So as you saw in the game client, the HP for both the
Hey
enemy
Montez,
as
what's
well
up,
as
man?
yourself, and the damage being dealt has been significantly compacted.
で、これに合わせてですね、調理品、薬品、マテリアの効果量もそれぞれ合わせて、デノミネーション抑えられてますので、ご了承ください。
And then potency of meals, medicine, and materia will also be reduced accordingly.
まあ、大体以前の、ファンフェスとか、新情報発表会でもお伝えしたんですけど、大体5分の1ぐらい、その攻撃とかで言えばになってると思ってください。
I think we mentioned this during the fan festivals or in the showcase announcement showcase, but the downscaling is we're going to be downscaling it to about 1/5.
で、全て考慮した上でバランスをできるだけ維持するようには調整しております。
But of course, adjustments to maintain balance with consideration for downscaling of various items.
A little sleepy too, but I want to finish this, man. We got some good stuff.
当然全コンテンツチェックをこのデノミネーションされた状態の14でも、
I mean, I didn't stream today, so you know, this is the stream.
全くなんていうの変わんないです。すぐ慣れます。1時間もかかんないです。
I'm sure it still kind of raises question. Like it is kind of hard to grasp with just explanation on words, but with Yoshida looking at all of the content and making sure to test everything out and seeing the downscaled numbers, it really doesn't change the way the game plays. It doesn't feel different. You will get used to it rather quickly. It didn't really even take an hour to get used to the downscaled numbers.
I think what they're trying to say here is it's actually quite simple. They're crunching numbers, right? So instead of you hitting for 70K, you hit for 54K, but you're still taking the same percentage out of the mob that you just hit that if you were hitting for 74K. That's it. That's it. That's all there is to it.
なんかファイジャーのダメージ、なるほどね、出飲みしたから小さくなったなと思ったぐらいで、あとはもう何にも。
Montez, maybe you should go to bed, bro.
そこは本当安心していただいて大丈夫だと思います。
Of course, with the reduction of
Unfortunately, I
values,
couldn't play today.
In some places where you just pressed on with the item level, because there is such a broad range, you might feel that some of the enemies are a little bit tougher, as in like it might take a little bit more effort to get through and deal enough damage.
Yeah, go to bed, man.
Looking at the content that's aimed for level 90 or anything that's beyond level 80, the instance dungeons or the trials, the primal fights, of course you'll physically see the numbers come out, and like with Fire 3, oh yeah, downscaling, I do see the numbers kind of come down, but again, you get used to it, and it's not like not devastating, so to speak.
なのでカットのコンテンツに普通に IL ゴリ押しでなんだっけ、制限解除じゃなくて、はい、IL のギリギリ強いやつでいった時には体感やっぱり今までよりはその伸びが抑えられてる分だけ相対的にちょっとやっぱ硬く感じたりはある。まあそれに合わせてちょっと
Yeah, you won't.
付け直しとかは今もまだ検討してるので。
Your 50k will do as much. Will take as much health from the boss as your 100k, but you're just doing 50k.
Like if you do go into some of the past content, and if you don't go into it unsynced, or no, if you go into it unsynced, because it has been kind of compacted, it might feel like it takes a little bit more effort to get through to some of the enemies, but again,
not a problem.
With content that is level 80 and higher, you don't feel a difference.
でなんでやるのっていうところなんですけど、はい、やっぱり今まで、本当にありがたいことにここまでそのファイナルファンタジー14皆さんの応援もあって長く続けられてきて、さらにこの先もあと10年はもう全然やれるだろうと今思ってるんですけど、やっぱりまだそのあたりがわからない、その僕らもなんていうの、どこまで続けられるか勢いでって言ってた時にこうやっぱアイテムレベルの上昇によってプレイヤーが強くなるっていうことを結構こう、大きくつけてきてたところが、今このペースのままさらに進んでいくと本当にもう数字がめちゃくちゃな桁になっていき、もうバグを引き起こしたりとかヘイト管理がもう、今ですらもう破綻してたり実はするので、この先10年もまたこの成長を続けていくために一旦なんていうの、レベルの低い側をこうギュッとちょっと数字を縮めさせてもらって上のこう成長をしっかりまた作っていきたい。でこれは仮にもし14がこの先10年やったらまた8年後とか9年後とかにもう一回またデノミネーションさせてくださいっていう日が来るとは思います。なのでこれはもうどちらかというと皆さんによりさらに長い期間14を楽しんでもらうためにやらなければいけないことなので、すいません、ご理解していただけると助かります。はい。はい。
You may be wondering why we're downscaling, but you know, looking at just how many people are joining us at this point, and we're still growing, so we're looking at another 10 more years potentially, and so considering if we continue at this pace, will we be able to sustain ourselves in the coming 10 years after here? And before, we didn't know how far we can go. We didn't know just how long we can continue running Final Fantasy XIV. So with the concept of the item level making the player stronger, we've kind of added, the rate at which players become stronger has kind of it was at an accelerated pace. So with the numbers growing really large and keeping at this pace, we will start to see numbers kind of interfering with some of the formulas and calculations. The numbers will look ridiculous with the additional digits. The management of aggro gets to be a little difficult, and the formulas that work in the background, it's actually already causing some trouble with such inflated numbers. So
I mean, makes sense.
we want to take this opportunity to kind of compact it, kind of bring it down to size, so to speak, so that we will have more room to continue growing upwards. And so we're hopeful that this will allow for us to leave room for growth. And maybe 8 years down the line from here, we might once again come back and say, okay, we'll need to downscale again. But again, we're trying to look into the future. We're trying to make sure that we're leaving enough room for growth so that players can continue to enjoy Final Fantasy XIV for as long as possible. So some people might be discouraged about the thought of downscaling, but please understand we are trying to do this for the betterment of the game, and to make sure we're looking into the future as well.
はい。で、このデノミネーシ
So
ョンの
basically
さらに
is they don't want the
続きがですね、
numbers to grow
人数
to
制限
like
解除の時どうなるのっていうところなん
every,
ですけど、
you hit
超
the
える
person
力
and it take
強っ
like
ていうのが変わ
200,000.
ります。
So they're crunching down the numbers,
So
but we're
there's still
making
more,
the
in terms
same
of the
damage.
downscaling. People might be wondering, so what if you go in as an undersized party? Well, when you're using an undersized party, enhanced echo will be applied.
まあ、
Oh,
これまでに
enhanced
でき
echo.
るだけ
Okay,
近
that's
いバ
that's
ラン
cool.
スになるように、新しく作ったシステムなんですけど、これコンテンツレベルがいくつかによってこの超える力強は自動的に強さが変わるっていうものなので、ちょっと説明は難しいですけど、なんとなくいくコンテンツに合わせた超える力の強いやつがかかるんだなと思ってもらえればいいかなと思います。
So it says here, enhanced echo effect will be applied to bring the difficulty balance in line with previous patches, and enhancement strength will vary by duty level. So basically speaking, whatever content you go into, the enhanced echo should allow for the power level to be like matched to make it appropriate to what it originally was, and make it in line with previous patches.
で、さらにですね、獲得経験値もものすごい桁になってきたので、経験値も周りもデノミネーションしてます。で、これに伴って今後も数値調整が非常に厄介になってくるので、ちょっとダンジョンの道中、モンスターここから経験値払い出してたんですけど、もうボス討伐時に一気にまとめてその分お支払いするっていう形に変えさせていただきました。
なるほど。
And then with the experience points that are gained through battles have become very inflated as well. So that's being adjusted also. And with that, whenever you go into a dungeon and there are like enemies, like mob enemies or like trash mobs that you go through, previously we would allow for EXP to be gained whenever you defeat each individual enemy, but we are going to be adjusting it so that when you get to the boss, the dungeon boss, that's when all of the EXP will be awarded.
プレイヤーの皆さんが損するようなことにはしてないので、そこはご安心ください。
Oh, okay. So you don't
But
get
of course,
individual
rest assured,
EXP from packs.
it won't be disadvantageous, so to speak, for the players when you're going through a dungeon. So yeah, there's no need to worry there.
So you don't see the EXP pop out every time you defeat a pack on a dungeon, but that EXP is gonna be added to when you defeat the bosses. So the first boss, you're gonna get the previous EXP you get from the boss alone, plus an extra which would account for the EXP from the trash mobs that you pull until you get there. So it doesn't change. Nothing's changing in quantities.
With the experience points that are gained in these different instance dungeon has been revisited. We made sure to look at the growth curve across ARR all the way through Shadowbringers, with keeping in mind that the new level cap is going to be at level 90. So we've adjusted the curve so that it is appropriate for that span. And should allow for you to play with multiple jobs. So please rest assured there as well.
Yeah, so basically they just reiterated what I just said. It's
はい
all good.
大丈夫
They're just shifting the points around,
と
but we still have the same number of points.
はい、第2部はここまでとさせていただいて、もう一度、休憩を挟みたいなと思っております。So now we conclude the second phase of today's Better Life.
でも結構終わり見えてきたね。
そうですね。
はいはい
で、ここから、
There's still another part coming,
20
guys.
分ほど休憩をいただきたいと。
あ、20分いる
いらない
俺は10分でいい。あゆみさんどう
?10 分休憩にします。
There's still another part coming.
はい。では、
?10 分で。
10分休憩になりまして、
うん
休憩の間皆さんお暇でしょうと思いましてですね、動画3本ご用意しております。一つ目は、まずファンフェス、先日ありましたね。ファンフェスの思い出動画ご覧になってない方も多いと思いますので、ファンフェスの思い出動画を、ご用意しておりますのと、あと先日、ご紹介しました料理本を紹介する動画っていうのがございまして、こちらも合わせて、ご覧いただきつつ、あとですね、最新のサントラデス・アントゥ・ドーン、
デスアンコドーン。
はい、こちらね、こちら最近リリースされましたけど、こちらの MV がございますので、こちら3本合わせてご覧いただければ、休憩もちょっとできていいんじゃないかなということで。
That Final Fantasy 18, man.
Taking a 10 minutes break now, and then we have some video. One is the memories from the last Fun Festival, and then introduction of the cookbook, and a new music video for our latest soundtrack.
Nice.
はい、それでは今から10分休憩です。So let's see you in 10 minutes. どうぞ。
Okay, so they're gonna go into a 10-minute break. So let's sum up what we did see here. All right, I'm gonna lower their sound a little bit. Okay, so basically what they did here was... Actually, I gotta lower the sound on mine as well. Okay, that works. So basically what happened here on the second part is they were doing... they were giving us a little bit of a battle system changes. So we got the EXP that's going to be shifted around but not changed. What do we mean by that is instead of getting 40k in EXP of trash mobs until you get to the boss, that 40k is going to be added into the bosses as you go through the dungeons. So once again, we're not missing any EXP. We are just shifting it. And the point before that one was about crunching numbers. So the mobs are not going to take as much damage because the mobs will not have as much damage. So the example I'm going to give you is if a mob has 70k or 700,000, right? As 700,000 HP and you're hitting it for 70k every time. With the number crunch, you're going to start hitting it for 50k, right? Which might sound worse. But the mob's HP is going to go from 700,000 to 500,000. So with the number crunch, you're literally you're taking the exact same percentage from the mob that you were doing when you were doing 70,000. But you're now only doing 50,000 because what happens is we're getting to a point that we are pulling really big numbers. I mean, there's white mages pulling 100 and something thousand. Shoot, I sometimes I pull 74,000 on a Confiteor as a tank, and that's starting to get ridiculous. What happens is the engine, when trying to calculate damages with percentages, if you go too high, you're straining the engine. So they're gonna tone that down for two reasons. One is that the game is 8 years old and the gear progression just keeps pushing ever forward. So At some point, they're going to have to crunch it down. And two, we have a recent surge of a lot of people coming in. And the engine plus the game, the entire infrastructure was not prepared for something like that. Maybe it gets prepared on an expansion, but not 3 patches before a new expansion comes out. And that's basically what they were doing. Before that, they talked about belts, so you can still turn in belts for GC rewards for seals, for Grand Company seals, but you cannot craft it. Therefore, you cannot do lives. You cannot create any belts anymore. But the belts you have, you can take the materia in, and you can turn those belts for seals on the Grand Company. So nothing new can be created, but whatever you have can be getting rid of. For instance, trading it for Grand Company seals is just another way of discarding it. Just another way of discarding those items, So that's still going to be allowed after 6.0. But the point is that belt will disappear. There's going to be a couple more new features on your party frames, including targets, enemy targets. You're going to be able to see which targets your party mates are attacking, and yeah, that's pretty much it as far as important features. So now we're gonna let these guys do their thing, and we will be back in about 5 minutes. We're gonna go to the bathroom and whatnot. If you guys are planning to stay, make sure to go to the bathroom, get your drinks, all that good stuff, because we still up for one more segment.
はい、お待たせいたしました。ファイナルファンタジー14第66回プロデューサーレターライブをお送りしております。ここからはパート3第3部をお送りしていきたいと思います。We are back here again, and then thank you very much for watching the Final Fantasy 14 letter from the
And we're back.
Number 66. Now we are entering the phase 3, final phase of today's program.
5時間
はい
経過しましたが、
5 hours.
さあ行きましょうか。
はい、今日は第3部はですね、その他いくつか今日ご紹介しておきたいアップデートがありますので、ご紹介していきたいと思います。
まずこちらです。ドン。
First of all,
HQ アイテムを削減いたします。
What?
we will be removing some HQ items.
Hey, man.
ではどういうこと
Thanks.
かというのをご説明していきますが、まず一部
Oh, okay.
HQ アイテムの排出を
I thought they're
停止
gonna
します。
remove it entirely.
主
Okay.
にギャザラーの採取などで意図せず HQ 入手してカバンがとにかく圧迫されていくっていうことが多いので、HQ をごそっと減らそうと思います。
So, diving into what exactly that entails, basically, certain items will no longer be obtainable as HQ by quality. This is basically whenever you're gathering materials or whatnot, sometimes you unintentionally procure HQ items, and so that kind of puts a lot of pressure on inventory. So we wanted to kind of combat that inventory bloat. So we've just decided we would do away with some of the HQ items.
ではまとめを作ってございますので、まず排出が停止される、HQ アイテムから見ていきましょう。ギャザラーが採取可能なアイテムからはすべて HQ がなくなります。
Gathered items, enemy drops, token exchange materials, non-craftable materials obtained from certain content.
特定のコンテンツ
Makes sense.
できるクラフターが制作できない素材に関しては、HQ が一切排出されなくなります。
So we created summaries for this also. So first, we would like to go into items that will no longer be available as HQ. Basically, gathered items, enemy drops, materials that are exchanged using tokens, and non-craftable materials obtained from certain content. So stuff that crafters or disciples of the hand cannot create.
で、HQ 自体は排出は止まるんですけど、削除はその皆さんが手元に持ってるものは削除はしないので、手元には残るんですけど、制作時の食品質アップとか納品時ボーナスとかはもうなくなってしまうので、出品トレードする場合は品質を下げてですね NQ にしていただくようお願いいたします。
So of course, with HQ items no longer being dropped, then that being said, whatever you already had on hand will remain. So let's see, you won't be able to these items. It won't increase the crafting quality, nor will it provide bonuses whenever you deliver these items. On top of that, when you are going to be like selling these items, HQ items will no longer be able to be sold via the market board. So you would need to reduce the quality down to NQ in order to sell it.
Okay.
で、じゃあ排出停止されない HQ アイテムは何かというと、クラフターの皆さんが制作可能なアイテム
Crafted items, including intermediary items, gear.
中間素材に関しても、同じです。あとは装備品、完成品ですね。はい。っていうのも、
This is a problem.
Now, for items that will still be available as HQ are crafted items. So those will be available in both NQ and HQ. This also includes the intermediary materials, gear, the crafted gear, of course, will be available as normal quality and high quality as well.
まあとはいえじゃあそのどうなんのっていうところなんですけど、次行ってもらえますか。はいはい。こちら、クラフターの制作可能なアイテムと中間素材、それから装備品っていうのは 6.0 以降もそのまま変わりません。
So for the items that are still going to be available, the functionality will remain unchanged even after the release of Endwalker.
So gathered items are not high quality, but gear will be high quality. How the hell?
全部見直しをしてます。で、主にこれらは、取れる個数に影響を与えるものに全部変更しています。
So actions and attributes that affected HQ yields when gathering will be adjusted, primarily changed to affect item yield.
So we'll just get more of it.
装備を整えていくと1回で取れる個数が増えるっていうことですね。
So what? Higher quality requires more materials, maybe? That's one way to do it.
Allow for you to gather HQ materials, but with this update, those abilities have been adjusted so that whenever you go in with the proper sort of preparation and gear, it will affect the number or the quantity you're able to sort of gather.
で、量子に関しては HQ じゃない別のパラメータを用意します。はい。
And for fishers, there will be a different sort of parameter that's not HQ.
やっぱね、釣った魚がね、大きい小さいっていうところは。
So they're effectively changing the way we make high quality items. All right.
Of course, with fishers, the size of the catch definitely affects what you gather. So that's definitely being kept in consideration.
で、これらによってですね、条件達成時に HQ の条件があったりするクエストとか攻略手帳。
Okay, and they're gonna change all of that. I mean, it's better for one way.
Challenge log entries and achievements requiring HQ items will be adjusted.
なのでもうそのアクションの効果。
Wow, HQ is gonna be gone. That's weird, man.
もうこれによって影響するすべては再調整を全部に対してかけておりますので、はい。もうこれはやっぱりそのまあさっき言いましたけど、ちょっとこの先10年っていうことを考えたときにここで一回全部スリム化をしておいて、ということの一環でもございます。
So with anything that involves these HQ items that will become no longer available, so any actions, effects of actions, crafting, anything that is affected will be
There goes our macros, bro.
Again, this is in preparation for more longevity and to look into 10 years beyond the release of Endwalker. And we wanted to kind of streamline things at this point.
でこれらはちょっと経済影響もあるので詳細をですね次回のもう一回行月のフィナーレ前にやりますよというプロデュースされたライブの方で細かくどう変わるのかとかいうのを、お伝えしていこうと思いますのでぜひそちらをご注目いただければと思います。
That is
So this will affect the economy of in-game. So
yeah.
we would like to go into further detail and make sure we are covering and explaining what is all involved in detail. So this will be covered in the next letter from the producer live, which will be done immediately before the release of Endwalker.
はい。こちらに関しては以上かな。はい。では続いてメディアツアーが始まるので、ちょっとその他にもいろいろお伝えしておかなきゃいけないことを、お伝えしていきます。
はい、お願いします。
まずこれはちょっと落ち着いて聞いてほしいんですけどいいですよ言って。 テレポと都市内転送網にアップデートがございます。まず一つ目はですね、テレポの消費ギルの変更についてでございます。
So of course, with the media tour coming up, there are still some more information that we would like to share. This next update, I would like for you to make sure you're seated and just be calm when you hear this. But we would like to make an update and adjust the teleportation fees.
Okay.
今回両月のフィナーレではですね、光の
What do you mean?
ついに月へ到達するということが発表されておりますが、このまま世界が広がっていくとですね、ほぼ全てのテレポが999になってしまうので、今後の拡張に合わせてですね、消費ギルの計算式を全て見直しをさせていただきました。
Of course, with Endwalker, we are taking to the moon, and our world is expanding yet even further. So, how we currently have our teleportation fees, our max is at 999 gil. So,
right.
Sooner or later, most of all of the locations we need to teleport to will cost 999 gils. So
that's a fair point.
Considering we would like to make sure that we are laying the proper foundations for further expansion. Another one of the elements that we looked at is the guild that is required to teleport to different locations.
まず現状999ギルというキャップがかかってるんですけど、キャップを一回外してます。
Of course, the current cap on the teleportation fees is 999 gil, but we are going to remove that upper limit.
Wait, they're removing the upper limit?
今飛ぼうとしてるところからその、テレポート先の距離に応じて価格が変わるっていうのをやってる。
Yeah, but you use a different rotation for a HQ item, right? That's gonna be gone, man.
So we are going to adjust or we've already had the calculation set up internally. So it is measured by the distance from point A to point B, or where you want to get to, and the fees are calculated according to the distance. And so right now, of course, there's a sorry, there should be another element of the PowerPoint, but it's going to be adjusted as such.
結論から言うと、まあそのキャップを超えて1000ギルを超えてるところもあるんですけど、安くなってるところも結構あります。結果的に。まあそっちにね目がいっちゃうんですけどみんな。はい。
Of course, with the level cap being, or not level cap, the guild, the fee cap being removed, you do see costs that exceeds 1,000 gil. But because we revisited and recalculated the teleportation fees, you may notice also that some of the locations have become cheaper to teleport.
I mean, that's a fair trade.
なので、飛ぶ場所から距離が遠ければ遠いほど可変します。これ固定の値ではないので、その言い方で通じるかな。
So these fees will fluctuate depending on where you are and then where you're teleporting to. It's not a set number, like it's not going to be expensive to fly to
point A to point B. Depending on point A and point B, that's where the price is coming in.
東ラノシアのコスタデルソルからテレポした場合です。はい。のリストです。
So these numbers, please don't get hung up on the numbers. This is only measured from, we're flying out of Eastern Lanosia from Costa del Sol.
そうなんでコスタでサンプルなんだよって言われると、ごめん、メディアツアーでここしか開けてないからなんだ、Q エリアって。
To go to the House of the Fierce, 1200.
Why Lanosia? Why the Costa del Sol? Well, that's the place we've opened up for the media tour, so that's why.
So 100 gil is what you pay to go to where you are right now. Like, for instance, that's like the bare minimum. And it looks like the max is gonna go 1400. and probably going to be a little bit more expensive going to the new areas from Lanose.
Like a favorited point or a location where you can teleport to for free, and then use that as like a connection point
Anchor
to get
point.
to whatever location it is.
例えばですけど、今これクリスタリウムが498ギルになってるんですけど、
はい、
クリスタリウムまで飛んでしまうとレイクランドまでは100いかないぐらいですかね。
Around the last part, fellas. Shouldn't be more than an hour.
近いところはめっちゃ安くなります。
So, for example, say it costs about 408 gil to fly over to Crystarium. Once you get to Crystarium, Lakeland is right there, so it's cheaper than 100 gil. So again, it kind of depends on the distance.
クリスタリウムが安い理由はですね、クリスタルタワーの位置を考えてるからです。クリスタルタワーから転送されるっていうことを考えると、なるほど。はい、クリタワーからは0円じゃないですか。なんでクリタワーまでの距離としか見てないんで安いんですよ。
So the reason why it's cheaper is because, well, it's looking at the Crystal Tower as like the starting off point, and so if you consider the distance, it becomes very cheap. Like you're not teleporting too far.
Right. I mean, makes sense. So basically, it's like a mileage thing. Let's imagine 40 gil per. The farther it is, the more you pay.
安くなってるところも多数あるので、安くなるパターンも多数増えてるって言った方が正しいかな。
So again, you might want to consider the route that you're taking in order to save gil when you're teleporting. I know looking at a 4-digit cost for teleporting seems like a lot, but the calculation formula has
Easy
been,
money, though.
Adjusted.
It's easy to make gil in this game. All right.
Like calculate out the sometimes the distance, depending on the distance, the cost would be cheaper than it originally was. So.
まあちょっとこれに合わせて言っとくと転送チケットあるじゃないですか。はい。次回でお伝えしようと思ってたんですけど、転送チケットもちょっとオプションが増えていて、この値段以上だったらもう勝手に使ってくれ。これ以下は使わないでくれみたいな、なんか細かい設定ができるようになったりしてるんで。なるほど。はい。
But I think it will be the same though, because if you put it, oh wait, never mind.
The teleport tickets. We're going to save this for next PLL, but there's going to be different options for your teleportation tickets. Like it's some of them might be like free for use within any range of distance, or some of it is like this for a certain other distance. So there's also going to be like in consideration of these fees being recalculated, the teleportation tickets are also going to be affected.
でまあ、せっかくの機会なのでちょっとコメントを見ていると最近始めた方とか、まあ、MMO が初めてっていう方もいらっしゃるのでどのちょっとコメント見ててもそうなんですけどそもそもなんで金飛んだよっていう方が結構いらっしゃるのでちょっと説明をしておくとまずシステムこういうそのギルをこういただくのってシステム側がギルを回収するっていう言い方をやっぱりします。これは僕も MMO 他のゲームも遊んでる時にギルっていうかお金回収されてんなみたいなまず一旦そこまでお願いできます。
So looking at the comments, and it might be because there are people who just started playing an MMO, but I do see that people are wondering, so why do we even charge a teleportation fee? So allow me to explain. With this system, of course, there's an element where we're sort of collecting gil.
で モンスターを倒したりとか何かコンテンツをクリアしたりすると、まあ、ギルがシステムからこう払い出されてると思うんですけど、こういうギルを皆さんから回収させていただく場所を作っていかないと、皆さんの中のギルがただひたすら溜まっていくことになるんですね。でプレイヤーの皆さんから見たら、いや別にギル溜まっていくことでお前らが何が困るんだよ、なんで減らすんだよってなると思うんですけど、これみんなが超絶お金持ち、ギル持ちになっちゃうと、結果マーケットの流通されるアイテムとかがどんどん値上がりしていくんですよ。高騰、いわゆるインフレーションしていってしまうので、インフレーションを抑えるためにもやっぱりシステム側で回収させていただくギルっていうのはとても重要です。
We understand that word.
So, for example, so we need a system where we're collecting gil from our players or from our residents of Eorzea, and then the system kind of collects the money because when you're defeating monsters, your enemies, they would drop some gil, and you would collect money, and that's where the system is actually paying back the players. And so there needs to also be a system where the system collects back the gil, and there needs to.
別にもうインフレしてんだろ今更っていうのもちょっとあったんですけど、逆なんですよ。これやってきてもなおやっぱりインフレーションしちゃってるので、やっぱりそれをやらなかった。
All right, sorry about that, guys. Apparently, my OBS disconnected there for a sec. It's been doing that all day. That's why I couldn't stream today, because this happened. But with PS4 and PSN.
Prices are already inflated. It seems like everything is the pricing is all inflated, but it's actually this is despite the fact that we're controlling it with having the system collect gil from our players. So if we didn't implement any sort of system where players are spending gil, it would pricing or the market would be even further inflated. So
He's not wrong.
Very important that we have a means for the system to collect gil from our players. So again, it might be something that could cause some frustration, but it is a necessary means. So I hope you understand.
最後に、はい、そもそもじゃあこのテレポ代どこ行ってんだよというか、なんで金かかんだよっていうところなんですけど、昔説明したことあるんですよ。ありますね。このエーテライト網というのはですね、まあ皆さんのエーテルをこう転送する高度な技術が詰め込まれておりまして、これが正常に動作しなくなるとですね、皆さんのエーテルが漂って知略を漂って帰ってこれなくなってしまったりするんですね。なので欠かさず皆さんのには分かんないところで結構メンテナンスをしてるんですよ、この世界の人たちで。そのメンテナンスにお金がかかるのでいただいてるっていうことになってます。はいですね。
And I think people are still wondering about, well, why do we even collect a teleportation fee? So this is actually something that we've explained in the past, a long time ago, actually. So the Ethernet, as we call it, is only working properly because of the proper maintenance, the regular maintenance that is being done.
Oh, it's lore reason. All right.
Or else people might end up getting sucked into the ether and drift along the live stream. So this maintenance costs a lot of gil to do. So hence we do require for residents of Eorzea to pay a teleportation fee.
まあ実はねこれよう言うわみたいな感じに思うでしょ。ついにオールドシャーレアンでですね、エーテライトを作ってる人たちの施設が出てきてですね、なんか内情わかりますんで、ちゃんとゲームリリースをされますんで、ご注目ください。60。はい。
And some people might be skeptical about this, and they may think that we're just making this up, but I mean, we're traveling to Old Charlian with Endwalker, and those are the people who have created
Old Charlian, my friend. We're going in.
Get more insight into the background and how these ether travel is implemented.
はい。 じゃあちょっとテレポはこれぐらいにして、まあ、これは見ていただくしかないかなと思うので、あとメディアの皆さんとか、レポートをしてくださると思うので、そちらをご確認ください。あともう一個、都市内転送網のアップデートについてお知らせしておきます。
So first, I think that covers the teleportation fee. The media tour is going to happen soon, so I'm sure some of our media and/or influencers will be picking up on that in their coverage. Next up is teleportation and Ethernet updates, and so the Ethernet updates.
じゃあちょっとユーザーインターフェース画面に出しちゃってください。あれ？こんな感じでございます。まるっと新しいインターフェースになってます。
So the Ethernet UI, as you can see, has been updated significantly.
Wow, look at that.
これどうなってるかというと、とにかく今までのリストだとわかんないんですよ。一応カッコでこの辺とか書いてるんですけど、まあ、実際
That's cool.
っていう。でちょっとゲーム画面出しちゃってもらえますか。
はい。実機です。
まあただワンクリックっていうか増えはするんですけど、今ウルダ派です。
I see he has all the lockables.
で、こうどこそれどこっていうのがクリックするとですね。
Ooh, look at that. It just pops into it. That's nice. That is very nice. So basically they're expanding on that little mechanic we had, like every time.
The UI shows a list of the different locations. Previously, it was just a list of text. And I mean, we did put like parentheses.
Very nice.
To show where it sort of is, but it is very hard to tell where exactly you're teleporting to within a particular town. And so with this updated UI, when you click on one of the items on the list, you will see that there will be a map displayed to the right of it. So you can see where exactly you will be teleporting.
That is very cool.
To.
About
So,
time,
for example,
fellas.
We are in Ulda right now, and we're clicking on the different locations, and it would kind of pop up on the map on the right-hand side.
まあ、なぜもっと早く作れなかったのかとかね、最初からこうすれば、まあもちろんおっしゃる通りなんですけど、大変なんですよ、こういうの作るの。まあ本当お任せしたんですけど。はい。
And I'm sure some of you are saying, well, why didn't you do this sooner? I wish it was like this from the beginning. And apologies for that. It is quite an undertaking to do something like this. So it has been a long time coming, but
they probably had like the one guy working on this the whole time, and it took him years to do it, but he nailed it. I like my theory.
You're going to have to double click if you want to, if you've chosen where you want to go. But yeah, once you click on it twice, then you are teleported to that particular.
That's nice. Very functional. I like it.
地図上の開園テライトワンクリックすれば飛べます。
And then you can also teleport directly to a particular location if you go into the map and click on the sort of simplified icon of the Ithorite shard.
Oops, sorry about that.
これで、迷うことはなくなるのではないかと。
We're hoping that that would alleviate any people getting lost on which Ethernet location to jump to.
はい。ということで、都市内転送網のアップデートも合わせてお伝えいたしました。はい。さて、今日お伝えしておきたいその他のポイントが2つございまして、はい、まず1つ目なんですが、今自動ログアウトが、入ってます30分。これによってちょっと一部の、主釣りに影響が出ている。で、まあなんとかしますという話をさせていただいてたんですが、漁師の直感の発動に必要な魚の釣り合い数、今何匹釣ってるっていうの して保持するっていうかなりスペシャルな対応をさせていただいたので、ただすいません、かなりスペシャルな対応だったので 6.0 じゃないとちょっとやっぱり間に合わないというか入れられないので 6.0 からこうなりますので、すいませんがちょっと我慢いただけると助かります。
So there are a couple more updates, miscellaneous updates that we wanted to share with you today. One of which is it affects the fishers out there who attempts to catch the big fish. Now, as of 5.58, we
Warden of the Seven Youths. We're looking at you.
Minutes of inactivity. And I know it affected a lot of you fishers out there who wanted to maintain fishers' intuition, and I wanted to do something about it. And so our solution to that is we are going to be making adjustments so that progress towards fishers' intuition will remain even after logging out. So the count of how many fish you have captured for a particular big fish will be saved as
God dang, that's
data.
that's literally tailored to the Warden of the Seven Youths.
Special or like a unique adjustment that we had to make. So I'm afraid it won't be implemented until the release of the expansion. But yes, it will be updated as of 6.0.
Nice. So this will be coming in 6.0. But you guys know what I'm talking about, because you have to catch a lot of fish in order to get a chance at that warden. And with this, you don't have to do it like all in one row if you don't have the time, though. I would still do it in just one trip. You just take the time and prepare for this. But it's nice that you have the chance of working it like at 50%, then logging off, and then coming back the very next day and finishing. That's good. That's quality of life right there. Oh, my bad. Hold on. Let me just change this over here.
With that, I think people have already surmised that, automatic logout is still going to stay in effect even after the launch of the expansion. And I'm afraid it is. I'm afraid we're not in a position to sort of remove that restriction yet.
Nor do I.
We are still
We shouldn't take that off.
Record number of logins.
Yeah.
Simultaneous logins. So, and this applies to all of our global regions, not just North America, Europe, but also Japan as well. And we're continuously sort of breaking our record of people who are logging in on a daily basis. So I'm really sorry. If there's a way that semiconductors became more readily available even in this situation,
I mean, that's not going to happen for a while. I'm going to tell you guys right now. Too many people are coming into the game, even trying it.
We anticipate more people coming in. So again, we really apologize for the inconvenience that this may cause, but yeah, I'm afraid we will have to continue.
I mean, was anybody expecting this to be any different at this point?
So your support is definitely
right?
appreciated.
でこれに付随してですね、もう一個これはもう本当に申し訳ないのですが、お知らせがあってですね、ちょっと混雑その 6.0 へ向けてのちょっと混雑
I mean, login restrictions come with expansions.
ダウンしないように対策をしたりっていうので、今サーバー班全員がそっちにかかりきりという状態でして、ちょっとやっぱり今のタイミングでデータセンタートラベルを開けてしまうと、さらに 6.0 でかなりやばい状態になりそうだということで、ちょっと 6.0X 以降にちょっと延期をすいませんさせてください。
And then another, again, this is very unfortunate, and we're really sorry about this, but in order for us to address the server congestions, we do want to focus on sort of alleviating the congestion and also helping with bolstering the performance of our servers so that
Yeah,
we won't experience any disconnections or
that's what you
servers
want
going
first.
down at the time of the expansion release. And so we have the server team working on that element. So I'm terribly sorry, but I'm afraid we will probably not have the data center travel until this 6.x and beyond.
Makes sense.
まあちょっと生カメ切り替えてもらっても大丈夫なんですけど、まあ
Again, not unexpected. I mean, this they lay down a roadmap for normal numbers, and what happened here was we just have record numbers of people coming in. So data center travel is probably something that got pushed back because they want people in primarily, and then after that's achieved in a stable way, as many people as they possibly can, then they'll probably work on that. So I'm not surprised. Not one bit.
今のまま
I'm okay with it, by the way.
データセンタートラベルで何か結構大きなその
I mean, I was looking forward to get together with the folk, do some treasure hunts, but
何かでサーバーダウンした時に
I'm okay with not doing that right now if it means that I'll be able to be logged in into the server as long as I possibly
今ま
want.
でのような拡張であればなんとかいけるとは思ってたんですけど、ちょっと今回はかなりリスクが高いということですいません。僕の判断としてちょっと先送りをさせていただきました。
And so when we first announced data center travel, I saw so many people on the social channels really excited about, we're in different data centers, but we can now play together. And so many people looking forward to being able to play with friends that they previously were not able to. So we really wanted to deliver on data center travel as originally planned, but I'm afraid with this current situation and having data center travel available at the time of expansion launch and thinking about the potential
Probably
risk
not going to be possible.
a severe influx of people coming in, not just for the expansion, but people moving around within their regions and visiting each other on the different data centers within each regions. And say, for example, God forbid, there's some kind of bug that happens at the launch of the expansion, and it gets carried over into
Which will probably happen.
servers. And what if the server went down? We would have a very hard time identifying what caused the bug. Is it because of an influx of people coming in from the different data centers, or is it because the influx of just the sheer number of players that are joining new? And it's going to cause confusion. And say if the server went down for some reason, it might take us longer than anticipated to get it back up online. And if
Because they're slower to work on it. I get it.
Impact, or if it had been previous expansions, we may have been able to take the risk, but I think it's just right now it is a bit too much of a risk that apologies again, this is a Yoshida decision that I think we don't want to endanger.
I agree. I am behind this 100%.
To kind of postpone the opening up of data center travel.
I want the basics first. I want to be able to be in the server. You know what I'm saying? Oh, okay, Montez. Let me. I can't really, but I can raise the volume in general.
As for the oceanic data center, we are still pretty much on track for that one.
She is a little
it's
low
a physical
though.
data center that we will be opening for that. So of course, it was a struggle to get the necessary equipment shipped over and whatnot, but we don't have any significant impact or changes made to plans for the oceanic data center, thank goodness. And that shouldn't hopefully affect the existing players anyway, so.
まあちょっとこれに関連してよくこの手の話をすると、
はい、
最近ねクラウドを試せみたいなコメントをね海外でもちらほら見るんですよ。
目にしますね。
And related to that, I've been recently seeing more and more comments, and this is not just Japan, but I've seen comments from the West as well, about, well, why don't you try out cloud?
まあ我々14チームが、まあ、当然言ってないですけどやってないわけはなくて
Cloud servers.
2年以上前
All right.
1年半ぐらいかけて、はい、超でかいところと一緒にやってたんですよね、実証実験は実は1年ぐらいかけてやってました。
So, of course, as Final Fantasy XIV, we of course we have tried exploring cloud gaming, and we have already been looking at it. I think it's already more than 2 years ago, and we spent a fairly hefty amount of time, a considerable amount of time, 1.5 years to test the cloud technology with a fairly major partner.
実はですねやっぱり一番のボトルネックはまあ結論から言えばどうにもならなかったです。かえってサーバーコストは上がるしちょっと安定性というところもちょっと担保できなさそうだったので現時点ではなので結論から言うとNG になってます。
And there were bottlenecks, but just long story short, we couldn't really make it feasible, make it make sense to us. With the different assessments that we have done, it will have cost us more in terms of server cost. Stability would not have been like guaranteed.
Nothing beats hardware, man.
Various factors,
Nothing beats hardwired
led
either.
us to sort of forego or just consider this a no-go opportunity.
まあただ言っとくとゾーンサーバーと呼ばれているものの処理とかはいけることが逆に言うと実証できたんですけどダメなのが僕らがものすごいプレイヤーの皆さんのデータを超高速に安全高く扱ってるデータベースサーバーがあまりにも超高速に動作してるがゆえにこことのつなぎがもうどうにも速度が出なくてここはもうでも解消しようがないんですよね。オーバースペックなんですよそういう意味だと。はい。
But of course, through the extensive testing that we did, we were able to find out that zone servers can be sort of supported by cloud technology. That what was a bottleneck for us was the database server, which is a very high processing speed and high security, and because that had such great like speed as well as security, it's just connecting the zone server and the database server and having enough speed to connect those two was not feasible, and it was kind
Makes
of like
sense.
not overqualified, but like it was an overspec on that end. So
なのでやった結果として、はい、僕としては覚悟を決めてですね物理で
そうですね
もう作っちまえばいいともう早いし安全だしって思ってるんですけどこのコロナ禍で半導体不足がすごい出て、まあ、ただ早くね皆さんに安定したものを届けられるっていうところがやっぱオンプレ物理の魅力なので、まあ、そこを当面は続けていくことになるかなと思います。はい。
And so with the testing that we have done, that kind of solidified my resolve about, well, physical is better. In this
Physical
case, it's
is
fast,
better.
It's safe.
Every
Of course,
time.
we would love to
Unless we're talking
continue,
about like analog versus
providing
digital.
stability and whatnot by growing
But
and expanding
physical
on our
is
physical
better.
data centers. But with the pandemic going on and with a shortage of semiconductors, the situation could improve. I wish it would improve soon, but I think for the time being, we still want to stick with physical servers.
はい。
Yes.
僕からのすいません。お知らせは以上となります。
はい、ありがとうございました。Thank you very much. So this is actually a wrap of the third and final part of today's Letter Live. これで本日の、プロデューサーレターライブの
Hey, we're
全ての
done, fellas.
コンテンツは消化したんじゃないかなと思います。で、今日お伝えできてないこともまだまだあるのはもちろん分かってるんですけども、
まあ
そちらは
もう一回やりますか
次回の方ね。
Another one.
Yeah, we are gonna have another Letter Live as Yoshi P mentioned earlier. And then what we could not discuss today was will be discussed at the next PLL. ということで、ここからはですね、PLL これでおしまいなんですけれども、おしまいの前にいくつか今日もまた新しいお知らせ事項がございますので、そちらをみんなで確認して、終了したいと思います。
はい。
So before closing, as always, we are having some nice news announcement. So let's check it with you all and then before closing. So では最初のお知らせです。画面お願いします。
Okay, let's go to the closing announcements.
はい。東京ゲームショウが10月3日が意外と再来週2週間後に迫っております。So the first announcement is the Tokyo Game Show 2021. It's in about 2 weeks and then we are gonna have, same as recent TGS stages, FF14 will have a program of Astro with Yoshi P at Tokyo Game Show 2021 online. ヨシピー散歩 TGS2021 を10月3日日曜日の午後9時からこれ今年のスクエニの TGS 放送の大トリを飾る14が、ヨシピー散歩で、吉田さんが14を遊ぶっていうのを堂々とやるという
いいのか
ね。This is the program will be streamed online on October 3rd, Sunday, Japan time, from 9 p.m. Japan time. で、今年なんですけども、スライドにあり
So
ま
it's
す通り
11 a.m. when they started this. Is 9 p.m. my time.
So this time,
So-
we are visiting the player estates.
10 hours?
いやこれね迷ったんですよ。
はい
なんか
So it's like
今回
early morning
4層
for
練習要素やってない
Central,
なと思った
like
んですけど、
9
まあ
p.m.
超える力もめっちゃかかってきちゃってるし
7 a.m. our time,
また大鳥
Central time, I
なんか
mean.
ね、他の人が見た時になんだかわかんねえバトルのすげえの見てもなって思って、しかも僕のスキル回しも今もう6-0仕様になっちゃってるからすげえミスりそうだし今回はいろんな人が見てくれるだろうということを考えて、素晴らしい絵の数々を作っている皆さんにコンタクトをしてですね、こんなすげえハウジングできるんだっていうのを渡り歩いていこうと。
So this, we really were torn about what to show during this TGS presentation. This is actually the last slot in the Square Enix block that were allowed by the organizers. Like, I thought about, well, maybe we could do the fourth turn of a Savage content, but I mean, this is a lot of like echo pressure here. This is the last presentation of Square Enix, and what if people looked at this like spectacular battle and just not know what's going on? And with the
That is a
skill
possibility.
set, with all of the 6.0 checks that I had to do, like my skill rotations are now like geared towards 6.0, so I'm worried about potentially failing on some of these
Or spoiling it too.
rotations. And so
You know what I'm saying?
given that a lot of different people will be watching this show, we thought about, okay, well, why don't we contact those people who have built these wonderful in-game estates and just show off this is the kind of housing and furnishings and decorations that we can do to our viewers.
Oh, nice. That's a
ということで
great idea.
どっちかっていうとコメント
So they're just gonna visit. My goodness, we'll be taking a lighthearted trip to a public world and visiting player estates. I mean, right?
People were commenting on, Yoshida, you already know the skill rotations for 6.0. No, not fair. And I'm thinking to myself, but
Right.
that's because I have to work. This is part of my work.
Yeah, it's your job.
She'd be like, yeah, I already know everything. It's kind of
But
like,
to say
dude,
the least, Black Mage is, I've got Black Mage down to a T, so.
does it though?
OK、そしてですね、今年の TGS はなんとこれだけではございません。もう一つございます。次のスライドお願いします。はい、なんと吉田さんが坂口博信さんと特別対談をすると。We have one more thing about the Tokyo Game Show this year. So this is not official Square Enix program, but this is done by, TGS itself. So it's presented by the Famitsu, and there will be a special
Famitsu. All
talk
right.
session with Mr. Hironobu Sakaguchi. You know, father of Final Fantasy.
Yes.
FF の
You know, the guy that started it all. The big genius.
はい。お久しぶりなんですけどものすごく。はい。RPG の魅力と可能性というテ
Oh my
ーマで
goodness.
話してくれっていうことだったんで、まあちょっと緊張もしてるんですけど、朝ちょっと早めなんですけど、
だいぶ早いですね。
おそらく坂口さんが海外の
そうですね。
多分時差だとは思うんですけど、
はい。
はい、ちょっ
Little
と早めなん
man,
ですけど、ぜ
it's
ひ
the
ご覧になれ
legend.
る
Know
方
what
は
I'm saying?
見ていただけるといいな。はい。
Been a while to do a talk session like this. Well, I've been asked. The theme is the appeal and potential of RPGs. So I'm a bit nervous, and plus it's quite early in the morning for Japanese audience. But I'm suspecting it's because Mr. Sakaguchi is outside of Japan, so it's probably because of the time zone.
Oh, is
If you're
he?
interested, please feel free to.
God. How does it feel like
the good news
walk
is there will
around being
be,
responsible
live
for the
interpretation.
most successful
Those who are
and enduring
English-speaker players, please look forward to it. So, 同日
franchises on Earth?
ということ
I
を
mean,
伺っておりますので、
know what I'm saying?
海外の皆さんもぜひご覧いただければと思います。
What would you say to
Hi,
the guy if you were had a chance to pick his brains on an interview?
Next news. どうぞ。はい。It's about next Letter Live number 67. It's
November
scheduled,
6th.
November 6th, Saturday, November 6th, starting 11 a.m. Japan time, or Friday evening, Pacific time. 次回の PLL です
Got a
が、
lot of work
67
ahead
回
of
は
us,
11
fellas.
月6日土曜日の、日本時間午前11時、アメリカ西海岸ですと、前日金曜の夕方夜7時からということになっております。So, with next PLL, we are going to cover various updates like discipline of hands and lands, and system-based updates, and a new PvP mode. はい。
New PvP mode. Well. They're still trying to fix it.
新しい PvP についてなどなど。
What do you guys think? You think this is the time that they do?
そうですね。バイリンガルでお届け。あゆみさんまた頑張っていただきます。はい。
同じ今日と同じセットアップで。
はい。
Yeah, the next PLL should be same setup as today. So we are gonna have あゆみさん。So あゆみさんよろしくお願いいたします。
Thank you. I'll be joining in again. I'm sorry, European players. It's 2 in the morning.
チームから次回も4時間ですねって言われたんですけど、
2 in the morning. It's almost 3 here, bro.
多分5、6時間じゃないかと踏んでおりますが、皆さんもまたね、日本時間ですと土曜朝からですけど、ごゆるりとご覧いただければと思います。Yeah. The next one will be again. We are told it's gonna be like 4-hour streaming, but it's gonna take 5 or 6 hours maybe. Yeah.
5 to 6 hours. Got it.
はい、それでは続いていきましょう。続いてのお知らせです。ジョブ専用武器デザインコンテスト、現在すでに行われておりますが、こちらの応募締め切りが10月4日までとなっておりますので、皆さん締め切り間に合うようにぜひとも応募お待ちしております。
はい、お待ちしております。
So next update is the weapon design contest, which is going now, and then the
Weapon
submission
design.
closes on Monday, October 4th. So please don't miss it. So we already have tons of submissions, I mean, from all over the countries. すでにものすごい量の応募作品をいただいておりまして、本当楽しみなんですけれども、引き続きよろしくお願いいたします。はい。はい。では続いて参りましょう。続いてのお知らせこちらです。こちらも、最近ご案内しましたが、コレクターズエディションのデジタルアップグレード 50% オフセールというのが9月30日まで行っておりますので、そういえば C 版持ってなかったわという方がお安くアップグレードできるチャンスですので、ぜひともご利用ください。The next one is the special sale. We are now having a 50% sale, collector's edition digital upgrades. The sale lasts until the end of this month, September 30th, so please don't miss it.
Sale period
ありがとうございます。
till Thursday, September 30th.
続きまして、新しいお知らせですが、レイドコンピレーション
Save
アルバム第
50%
2
of
弾の発
collector
売が
editions
決定
upgrade.
いたしました。So the next update is a new album, new music
Time and
album.
time and again, two Final Fantasy Raid Dungeon teams. Yes.
ということで、こち
Nice.
らカメラ現物でございま
$37
す。
bucks. I mean, let's face it, the tax is probably 40.
はい。
Ooh, look at
こ
that.
ちらですね。
That's very
こ
nice.
ちらが9月30日
I love
発売
the
予
the
定
cover art. You know what I'm saying? If I could, and I'm being very honest here, guys. If I could, I would get all the paraphernalia. All right. I mean, probably everybody would do that.
はい。なんかあるんですね。
What else you got for us?
ぜひともご検討ください。よろしくお願いいたします。では続いて参りましょう。続いてはこちらです。行月のフィナーレメインテーマのレコード発売が決定いたしました。We want to introduce the Endwalker 7-inch vinyl single ということで、こちらも現物ございます。
Again, with all the paraphernalia,
です
dude.
ね。カメラにしてください。はい、こちら。
I want
こん
all
な
of
サイ
it.
ズして、
書き下ろしジャケットで。
書き下ろしジャケットで、
はい。
中身もあるん
Brand
です。
new.
いや、ブランディ一緒。ね、見せてもいいよって言われたんで、こちら、よいしょ。ね、こちらも、これ本物。
そうですね。デジタルデータついてくるんで、
はい、
コレクターズアイテム女子別に買っていただいて、
それでもいいですね。
それでも全然大丈夫。
And there is a download code for
Vinyls, damn,
the
man.
MP3 version.
That
of
is so
the
cool.
Tracks that are included. So even if you don't own a record player, you can still have the vinyl as a collector's item. And you can
Right,
still enjoy the
that's
music
like a
digitally.
collectible. What has that fit
で、
to do?
メインテーマに関しては、音楽の配信サービスでのリリースも今後予定されてるんですけども、ひとまずは LP で出ますよというお知らせでした。
はいはい。
Yeah, so the main theme itself will be available via subscription service, I mean digital online service in a later timing. But at this point, this is the news about the 7-inch vinyl, and then this will be available at the November 17th. はい、こちら11月17日発売で現在予約受付中ということですのでよろしくお願いします。You can make a pre-order today. はい、では続いて、実機からいくかい？実機ってなんだ？カメラからいく
というか、
ちょっと待ってくださいね。今ちょっと机の上が
All the goodies.
紙類大丈夫ですか？大丈夫ですね。
紙類はもう
I guess that's the hardest part of watching this stuff. When you get to the announcements, is that they put stuff that I would like to collect. You know what I'm saying? That I would like to have on the shelf. Okay, you know what? I am not crazy about
見て
that
このサイ
face.
ズ。
ね、
Look at how
It's a
tall
little
she is.
creepy.
でかい。
うん。
Though the rest of it,
これはですね、
beautiful
This is a
craftsmanship.
new
Face,
collaboration,
creepy.
with between
That
high-end
is
doll
really
makers,
big.
Vox and FF14. で、ヤシュトラがこちらボークスさん さまざまなドールの比較製造を手掛けるボークスさんとのコラボレーションで、ドールとフィギュアの魅力を併せ持つドルフィードリームというラインナップにヤシトラがこのように登場いたし
That
ます
is a big ass figurine, man.
ということでございます
Look at that thing.
こ
That's
れが
like
ですね、
what, a
服
foot?
の素材一つ一つからですね、徹底監修をさせていただきつつ、まあもともとクオリティの高い、
はい
ね、会社さんなんですけど、凄まじいクオリティで、
No, don't zoom on their
ドールってね、
ん
服だけを
はい
欲しいからっていう人たちもいるんですけど、大満足していただけると思っております。
すごいですね。
こちら。はい。
That is really good detail, though.
So these Dolphy Dream, the quality of it is just very high, and everything was supervised by Yoshida-san and team, and just even the textures of the different layers on her outfit is just so.
That is really good work. I mean, the face
so
creepy,
high,
but it's
and
well crafted.
With these Dolphys, some people just want to collect them for the outfits that these dolls wear, and I feel that this is something that collectors can be very much satisfied with.
はい、ということでこちらでは商品情報を確認
お高いんでしょう？
お高いとお思いでしょう。こちらなんと10万円を切りまして99,880円でのお届けとなります。でこちらがですね、2022年の12月末の発売予定、発送予定なんですけれども、そのためにはですね、予約を11月21日までにしていただく必要があります。
はい。
予約商品となっておりますので、興味がある方は予約していただいて、そうすると2022年の12月末頃にお届けとな
How
る商
much
品
is
です
that
の
in
で、
dollars?
ともご検討ください。
Oh, there it
いいです
is.
か？1年。
1年です。
1年です。
1年かかります。
Freaking.
Skrimas.
Whoa,
Right.
that's
Right.
like a grand
So,
there.
as you can see, you have to, I mean, you have to make pre-order to purchase this, and you need to make your pre-order
Late
by
December
November
2022.
Then you will be, the scheduled delivery timing will be late December 2022 next year.
It'll take a
So,
year,
yeah,
man.
Yeah, we need
Announcing
we
Dolphy
need,
Dream.
like 1 year
Ich Stolle.
manufacturing time for this product. はい、ということで、こちらリンク先にすでに情報ございますので、ご確認いただければと思います。You can check the detail and then you can also make a
I mean, it's very detailed.
on the website.
ガチオブガチのやつですね。
1 year
はい、
though.
よろしくお願いいたし
お
ます。
願いし
$4,000 bucks.
それでは続いて次に参りましょう。続いてはこちらです。はい。FF14 公式の新しい、マーチャンダイズ商品のご紹介で、まずは T シャツパーフェクトアレキサンダーです。はい。The new announcement from the FF14 team, the new official merchandising items. The first one is the T-shirt, Perfect Alexander ということで、今日は冒頭から私着ております。
I like that T-shirt.
生壁になります。
I like the black version better, but that was pretty good.
これはね、かっこいいんだ。
And it has
だい
the
ぶ苦労しましたね。
the Reaper
こだわって
slash,
ずいぶんかかったと思う。
or is that two
Alright.
pins that he put in there just to tease
背
that?
中が
Yeah,
ね
that's
コミック
pins.
風の
Never
合
mind.
体。
あ、そうそう。
Yeah, I like the black version.
よいしょ。
$30 bucks.
The
That's not
design
bad.
is quite elaborate here, as you can see in the artwork. And there's also a backside. Looks like something out of a comic book where Alexander comes together and assembles.
はい。
はい。ということで、こちらが12月18日発売予定です。すでに現在予約することが可能でございます。
Good stuff.
のでご確認
What's going?
ください
What's
So this will
going
be
through right now?
Available. The release timing will be November 2021, and then you can make pre-order already on official Square Enix store. はい。それでは続いてはカメラからいきますか、じゃあ。はい。続いての商品はこちらなので生カメお願いします。はい。続いての商品、そちら。ですね、オフィシャルグッズ、肩たたき棒です。 こちらサンプルなんですけど、ほぼ最終版に近い実際のサンプルを、今日お持ちしておりますが、肩たたき棒が2種類ございまして、今吉田さんが持ってるのが、ロンカの水蛇の方で、私が持ってる方が、ファットキャットということでございまして、
レーダーやってると肩こるんすよ。
ね、肩叩くマッサージの部分と、あとこっち孫の手がついている。そう。The next item is the shoulder massage stick. The one is a fat cat, and then the
Soldier
other is the great
shoulder
serpent
massage?
Ronka. This is
Ah,
the
you
shape that you can massage, and then also you can scratch on your back.
Oh
scratch your
my
back.
goodness.
これ海外で、あみさんこれ海外で通じんの？孫の手。
Back scratchers.
なんだっけな。
Even Yoshi P's like, bro, this is too much.
There was a term that
What the
monkey's paw
fuck?
or something like that.
まあそんなわけで背中
Like
かけも
real.
You can scratch your back.
Scratch your back.
ね
いや相当がっちりしてるから取れないと思う。
はい、最終品はまだこれサンプルなんで、
ああ
今我々が無茶すると抜ける可能性があると言われてるん
でも
ですけど
結構しっかりしてるの。
で吉田さんが持ってる棒の方が最終版の棒です。
あ、こっち。
はい、こちらちょっと今検討中の段階あってちょっと色が違うんですけど、
へえ。
はいということになっております。
かわいい。
はい。こちら12月18日発売予定です。This will be
30 bucks for,
available
I mean, it's
in the
collector's
West.
item again.
This will be
Soldier
scheduled
shoulder
for
massage
February next
stick.
year.
Fat cat, great serpent of
はい、という
Ronkin.
ことでぜひともご検討
$30 a
はい
pop
続いて
plus
です
tax
こち
plus
ら
shipping.
はい、ア
Not
クリ
bad.
ルスタンドです。各ジョブ出してお
New
りますが
merchandise,
新ジョブが
acrylic
増えたという
job
こと
stands,
で
Reaper
リーパー
and
と賢
Sage.
者のアクリルスタンドです。So next item
Look at the
is the
price. It's
acrylic
good
job
stuff.
stand.
$16,
So we already have
$17.
the all other jobs, and then now we
14,
have
15
Reaper and
arrows,
Sage. So we have
13
of
pounds.
these two. はい、実物ございます。はい、こんぐらいのサイズ感ね。吉田さん持ってる方がリーパー、私持ってるのが賢者です。はい。こちらも、日本は12月18日、海外の皆さんは来年2月の予定となっております。This will be scheduled for release at February 2022。はい、ということでよろしくお願いいたします。はい、次。はい、ジョブが増えたので、こちらも、ジョブのピンバッジです。The next one is the new job pins for Reaper and Sage.
That's what he
では
was
こちらも
wearing.
今日一日中私つけておりました。
For
カメラお願いします
2022.
はい。ね
That's,
まあ
yeah.
すでにお持ちの方いるでしょう
Those
か
look
ら、あれ
cool
と
though.
同じものの新ジョブ2つ分です。ねリーパーと、セージ、賢者ということで、いい感じです。ので、皆様、ぜひともご検討ください。はい、ありがとうございます。こちらも
Weird if I
12
move it
月
up here.
18日海外は来年2月の発
See?
売です。So this will be
Do
again
that.
scheduled to release on February
And if I do
2022
that,
はい。そして、
it is.
次、最後だけ、
The camera
ちょ
just.
っとこちらが2本だけの商品
It's
になって
weird.
しまうんですけれども、画面いいですか？はい、オフィシャルカレンダー、来年2022年のオフィシャル
Ooh,
カ
a
レンダーです。
calendar.
So unfortunately, this
Oh.
is only available in Japan region.
Why?
But, we are
That's
gonna have
something I would
new
like to have.
Calendar 2022.
A calendar,
こ
bro.
ちらが今年の12月24日発売で、実物が一応ございますよ。吉田さん
Time to make some friends in
Well, size,
Japan and then have
こん
them
なサイ
send
ズ
one.
感
You know
な
what
のか
I'm
に
saying?
してください。はい。
Oh, that looks cool.
ね、いいサイズのカレンダー。
Let's see. Let's see it.
中身はこんな感じ。
There's nothing there.
上質な紙を。
There's there. It's blank, bro.
Should be good quality of paper.
It is. It's blank.
はい、現在作業中でございます。Now work in progress.
生紙必要だったのかっていう疑問が俺の中に。
We got a wardrobe malfunction.
Did you really want to cut the live camera here to show the quote unquote insides?
本当だよね。
Uh,
その通りです。
not epic
はい、
fail.
ということで、オフィシャルグッズのご紹介です。さあ、so this is new official merchandise items. So we have couple more things to announce before closing. はい、じゃあ次お願いします。ドン。はい、現在、行っております FF14 と FF15 の、コラボイベントです。The first one is FF14 and FF15 collaboration, which is happening already. So this ends on October 18th. So please don't miss it. So こちら10月18日まで、まだちょっとあるなと思って油断してるところ意外にすぐ来ますから、しっかり、ゴールドソーサーに通って皆さんレガリアをゲットしてください。
はい、
はい、ということでよろしくお願いします。そしてもう一つ続いてですが、次のページお願いします。
懐かしいな。
Oh,
これが見えたということは
that'd be the Dragon Quest one, yeah. Dragon Quest 10.
再演することが決定いたしました。So the last announcement is about the FF14 and the Dragon Quest
October 19th
collaboration returns. はい、こちらイベント期間が
to November
10
11th.
月19日から11月
Wait,
11
this
日の
this will be the last
スケジュール
event
で
of the
予定しており
expansion.
ます。So the
I mean, this will
collaboration
extend
period will be,
into.
from October 19th
No, no, it
to
won't extend.
November 11th.
Yep, this is the
はい、
last
ということ
event.
でドラクエ10コラボがやってまいりますので、ぜひともお見逃しなくよろしくお願いいたします。
はい。新規の人はね、
ね、
やってない人もかなりいると思う。
そうそう
Getting real
はい
sleepy here,
忙
man.
しいですね、皆さんで。
忙しい。
We're almost
はい
done.
Do some of these collab events, so I'm sure it's going to be quite busy.
はい、ということで、なんかごめんなさいね。カメラ動かしたせいで画角がむちゃくちゃになったんですけど、まあまあいいです。
大丈夫じゃないですか。もうおじさんだし、おじさんの顔は別に斜めだろうが。
6 hours
い
of
いですね。多少引いてじゃないとワイプが入んないでしょ。
produce a live letter, brothers. 6 hours.
よし。ということで今日のお知らせコーナーはこれで全部となりました。Okay, this is actually a wrap of today's letter.
Is it though?
ということで吉田さんから最後に一言。
いやもういいんじゃないか。傾いてはいるけど、なんかいじると大惨事になりそうじゃない？
Yeah, so we'd like to take some comments from 吉田さん before closing. お願いします。
はい、すいません。まずは長時間お付き合いありがとうございました。
First and foremost, thank you so much for tuning in for such a long broadcast today.
まだまだお伝えしたい
Windows 10
新
just
システムとか
popped
ね
up.
コンテンツとかあるので、ぜひ次回も長時間にはなると思いますけど、そちらも楽しみにお待ちいただけたらと思ってます。
But there are still a lot of information that we still have yet to share on new systems and different content. So we expect for the next PLL to be long too, but it would be great if you could come back and tune in again.
まあその DC トラベルの延期っていうちょっと皆様には本当に申し訳のないアナウンスもしなければいけない状態で、本当にまずは申し訳ないと思ってます。ただやっぱり僕らにとって行月のフィナーレっていうものを皆さんに楽しんでいただくことが最優先で、まあそれの安定性を取ること、それからできるだけ一つでも多くのコンテンツを楽しくお届けするっていうのが仕事だと思ってますんで、もう全員最後の追い込みとしてめちゃくちゃ頑張ってますんで、ぜひ行月のフィナーレ楽しみにお待ちいただけたらと思います。
And so throughout the broadcast, of course, there were good news, but there was also unfortunate news like the postponement of data center travel. But and so we apologize for that once again. But it is our utmost priority to deliver Endwalker to everyone and for everyone to enjoy the new expansion.
No doubt, no doubt, son.
Make sure that everything is stable and we are providing as much content as we can to our players. So right now we are pushing as hard as we can. And so I hope that everybody is excited for the launch of Endwalker.
はい。まあもう本当ちょっとね喋りすぎて言葉が出なくなってきてますけど、まあとにかくよう作ったなっていうぐらいでかい拡張になってます。
And with such a long broadcast, we are starting to run out of vocabulary at this point. But again, we've been working really hard on the content, and I'm hoping that people will look at it and be very impressed by what the team has done. That's just how
I love what
large
I've
of
seen
an
so
expansion
far.
pack we're
I'm
trying to get this
predicting
to
being
be.
blown away for this.
でエンドウォーカーってタイトルがついてますで確かにハイデリン・ゾディアーク編のサーが完結っていう話を、まあ、させてもらってるんです
Wait,
けど
why did I do this without Dogmeat? Why,
And
man?
of course, with the title like Endwalker, and we're talking about how we're bringing the Heidelin Zodiac saga to a close.
どちらかというと、まあ、実はこの先の10年に向かってかなりいろんなことを今始めているので、その新たなスタートでもあります。そこはちょっとまだ一旦エンドウォーカー楽しんでもらいたいのであんま詳しくは言わないんですけど、その後さらに次の構想とかをまた話せる機会作ろうと思ってますんで
Gonna go.
ぜひですねこの未来に向かっての14にもぜひ期待をしつつですねプレイしていただけると大変嬉しいです。はい。
But that being said, we're also looking at this as a looked into the future and just how we're going to take this next 10 years ahead of us. And there's a lot of new things that we're trying for the future of Final Fantasy XIV. And we do feel that it's a new start at the same time. So, of course, we would love for players to enjoy Endwalker when it comes out, but there are new things on the horizon. Whenever the time comes, I would love to share some of the ideas that we want to bring in to the future. So again, while it does feel like one arc is concluding, we are looking to the future and we are looking to continue this adventure.
さあでは長時間本当に皆さんお疲れ様でした。ハイビさんも本当にお疲れ様でした。
But yeah, thank you again, everybody, for watching. Thank you to all the speakers. It's been a very long show.
はい、それでは以上をもちまして、第66回ファイナルファンタジー14プロデューサーレターライブを終了とさせていただきたいと思います。So this is actually a wrap of the letter from the producer live number 66. So thank you very much for watching until very end. はい、最後までご覧いただきありがとうございました。それではまた次回お会いしましょう。さようなら。See you next time.
We are
Thank you.
officially down. That was quite a journey. 6 hours of producer live letter. It had so much information. I'm going to be busy for like a week of just producing, just taking material out of this live letter. And with the end of it, so will it be the end of this this stream. Thank you so much to everybody that joined. We had a lot of fun, and we found out a lot of stuff that was really great. So tomorrow, tune in for another stream starting at 2 p.m. Central. If you guys haven't subscribed and hit that bell icon so you know when videos and streams come out, then please do so. And as for my part from today, Montez, thank you for keeping me company once again. Always a pleasure hanging out with you, dude. And I am going to bed. So I'll see you guys tomorrow, bright and early, at the crack of 2 p.m.